Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
It's 4 minutes till showtime.
Hey, fellas, don't fight over that hot dog. There's plenty for everyone. Big, plump, and juicy, wrapped in an oven-fresh bun. Add mustard, relish, ketchup, and go to work. Yes, the hot dogs at our refreshment center are the best you'll find anywhere. Everybody agrees on that.
It's 3 minutes till showtime.
Thirsty? The refreshment stand is open with everything to satisfy your taste buds. Here's the menu: the hottest, freshest, crunchiest popcorn, each kernel popped to its fullest with that real movie time taste. Cold drinks. You'll find your favorite ice cold, tasty, and thirst quenching. And hot dogs, hamburgers, and candy too. Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
It's 2 minutes till showtime.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
Top quality hamburgers, the most popular snack in the country. We serve them plain or garnished to your taste.
There are words men live by, words of strength, of wisdom, and of peace. We urge you to find the spiritual comfort and guidance we all so greatly need by attending your place of worship regularly.
Just 1 minute to go.
And now, on with the show.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome.
Hello, fellow humans, and welcome to my stream. This is MotherShip Poker. I am Lyle Bateman, coming to you live from Southeast Alberta in Canada, playing mostly Unibet pokers, although today we'll be playing likely some PokerStars Deuce to 7 single draw later. Very low stakes game in Tony Warrior's home game series, so that'll be starting up in about an hour and a quarter. We also finally managed to reg in one of these Easter free roll things that we got tickets for. It's been giving us errors the last couple of days when we tried to reg. It's finally worked today, so we're in one of those starting up in a bit as well. So hello, and welcome to our stream. As always, I'd like to extend a welcome to all the non-human identifying sentient creatures who might be out there watching today, as well as all the non-sentients who are enjoying the poker action. So no matter who you are, no matter how you identify, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the mothership. We're playing €2 Singularity today. We actually got 3 games going at the moment. We got the Falling Star Bounty, which is one we play all the time. €1 buy-in, €200 guarantee. We have got the 20-cent Dark Matter Nano, another one we play all the time with a €10 guarantee. We're playing the €2 buy-in Singularity with a €100 guarantee down in the bottom left there as well. So yeah, things are going relatively well for us today. How's everybody else doing out there today? I have added a bunch of Canadian music to my song list. I'm not entirely sure I will do that today. I am thinking what I'll do is one day a week we'll do like a music party kind of stream where we just have a ton of fun and don't take things too seriously and play a bunch of music and do that. I don't think I want to do the music all the time. Everybody else does music, and I don't necessarily think it's necessary to the show. And I frankly don't like the idea that my videos get muted when there's music on the stream. Picked up a nice little up and down straight draw here. Got the 8 or the 4 that can give us a straight here. We're going to keep betting our value hand here. I mean, it's obviously a semi bluff, but so I really feel like his raise on the turn was a bluff, but I also feel like if I bet here, he's going to put in another raise as a bluff, and I'm not going to be able to tell whether it's bluff or value at this point. So I think I just have to check behind and hope that he's playing some low crap hand. Yeah, he's playing the 3. Fair enough. Which means calling that turn raise was the right move for me because when I hit my hand, I'm way ahead of him. So and he puts a lot of money into that pot against me. So I'm pretty happy with the way that went. I mean, obviously, I'd rather win the hand, but I'd rather not brick out on the river. But I'm relatively happy with how it all worked out for us. Not hugely unhappy to see a bunch of chips go over there to my immediate right, frankly. I don't mind him sucking out and winning. Well, it didn't really suck out. It was a race, but I don't mind him winning that pot because having him with chips on my right isn't a terrible thing at this point, I don't think. Putting in a raise on the singularity table with... Whoa. Already? That did not come out right. Let's see if we can find this. There we go, singularity table. Why is that not... Oh, because it's turned off, you idiot, Lyle. There we go. There we go. There we go. Right, yeah, so I put in a raise, middle, early position with King Jack offsuit under the gun. 3x raise, second under the gun. One caller. From a big stack behind. This is the singularity event. I'll keep the C-bet up. Probably get called here given the board. But it depends what he calls with too. I think I'm obviously pretty happy with that card as well. That hits a lot of my range as the opener. Less of his range as the caller, I think. I mean, he could certainly be calling behind with an ace-x hand of some sort. He could have been calling behind with diamonds as well, although the diamond hands are pretty rare at this point. So he raises the turn with the ace, which is either an ace or a diamond usually, or he's trying to push me off of an ace or a diamond hand. But I guess we're just in trouble there. Hey Archibald, how you doing, buddy? Well, so far I'm just beginning, so I don't know how we're running yet today. We're not sure. I feel like we might have just got beat up a little bit on the singularity table in a hand. Then again, we might just have been against a guy who called us behind with an ace. So hard to really say at this point. It was Hettinger, anyways, that was doing it to us. We had to fold out for 1,400 chips or so, unfortunately. We're still alive. We're still there. We're still kicking. Hopefully your day improves, Archibald. I know it's always kind of gross when you're just running bad. It feels like you don't even want to play sometimes when you're doing that, because it's just gross, and it feels like no matter how well you play, you're just gonna fucking lose anyways. So why bother to even try to play? I totally get how that goes sometimes. I do find it's useful to take a break from the poker sometimes. I'll go 2 or 3 days sometimes without playing a single game, just to sort of cleanse myself of all the crap that's been going on. Or just if I feel like I'm not quite playing the way I should be. Sometimes a break of a day or two can really just reset my brain and put me back into the mode to actually go out actually go out and play a little bit better as well. So. So the other game we got running, of course, is the Falling Star Bounty. There's not much going on there yet. Haven't really been involved in too many hands here. Basically, just lost blinds at this point, and haven't really even tried to contest any other pots. So it's been pretty slow there for now. I'm thinking I might have to put in a slightly longer. Might have a slightly longer opening segment to my stream. Kind of like some of the other players do, where it's like a 15-minute countdown. Right now, it's like 5 minutes of the movie stuff that I play at the beginning. But I might add like a 10-minute countdown at the start, and then after the 10-minute countdown, kick in the 5-minute movie preview thing, and then kick in my welcome video, and then get into the game. That gives people more time to see me online and come in before I actually start doing anything on the stream. I don't know. Have to stop and think about it. We've got a pair of 5s on the singularity table. I'm not sure if calling behind here is the best thing. I'm sort of doing this as a set mining opportunity. And unfortunately, we got to get out of the way at this point, I think, because I don't think we can withstand a raise and a shove and a reshove. Yeah. Wow. And the 10 deuce just fucking gets there. Oh, no, he doesn't. The straight gets there. Cool. It's good to see. I mean, it's not like dude was desperate. I mean, he obviously lost the pot. He had a smaller stack than he had like 2,700 chips, but the blinds are 30-60. 2,700 chips is like 50 big blinds almost. So, it's not anything to panic over, that's for sure. So I don't know why you're shoving 10 deuce there. That seems a bit absurd. Somebody's spent too much time reading about the legend of Doyle Brunson and not actually paying attention to how the man plays poker. Because it's funny that the 10 deuce is his hand, but I mean, even he's like, yeah, it's like I only play it because everybody thinks it's my hand because I happen to get super lucky with it twice at the World Series of Poker, but it's not. We'll see a flop with our King Jack if we can. Suited Broadway, 1-gapper. With an attempted squeeze from the small blind, relatively big stack. I think we're going to call this and see what we get. We need to start thinking fairly seriously about our chips, but I think we've got enough value in this to at least see a flop here. In relatively good position, depending on what Hettinger does. He's probably calling as well, though. He doesn't. That's interesting. So we flop up and down. So I don't think we're going anywhere at this point. We're still up and down. I can bet here, but I think I get called a lot given the stack dynamics. So I think checking back is the way to go, and we reassess on the turn. Now I think I put it in a bluff on the turn. relatively small to make it look like I'm trying to extract value from a straight type situation with an 8. Ooh, the kings. Okay, kings are good. Kings are good there. Yeah, it's tough. You've got to be able to just walk away from those flip losses. You know, when you're when you're not finding any leaks in your game and you're getting your money in good spots and they're just getting there against you, you just have to be able to get up from the table and walk away and go, yep, that's poker. It sucks when it happens, but it's going to work out for me the other way eventually. And, as long as I'm getting my money in good, that means I'm going to be getting my money in good and I'm going to be winning most of the time. So, I think that's all you got to do. When you're in flips, again, the flips are weird. The flips can go, it's not, people think it's 50%, so you're gonna win one, lose one, win one, but I mean, it never works that way, right? It's like you'll win 6 in a row, then you'll lose 7 in a row, then you'll win 2, lose 1, win 1, lose 3, win, and it's just all messed up and all twisted around. It's the way randomness works, right? We have just had a rather fortuitous situation pop up with us on the Falling Star. He's been betting into us really small most of the time, so we're going to put in a raise here. We're hoping he has something like a King 10. We're hoping he has something like a Bear Queen. We're in big trouble to hands like an Ace Queen. So, um, you know, but I still think we got to put in the value raise there, and that basically lets us win in 2 ways. We either win when he calls us, most likely, um, but we also win when he folds because he doesn't actually see what we were doing that with. So it's a useful bet in that sense. Always make them pay to see your nuts. Yeah, variance is one of the hardest things in the world to get used to in poker. It's like you look at pretty much every other sport or game or activity, and the result of your performance is directly related to your performance, right? If you go out on the golf course and you hit the ball exactly the way you want to hit the ball's going to go where you hit it to, right? So if you play exactly the game that you want to play, you're going to play the best, you're going to have the best golf game of your life, okay? It's not the case in poker necessarily. You can go out to a poker table and you can play the best game of your life and be done in 3 hands. Just because poker is a game of variance, and poker is a game where randomness plays a much bigger role. And I mean, sure, there's tiny amounts of randomness in a game like golf with wind and weather conditions, and an unexpected gust of wind, something getting in the way of your ball, whatever. Right? There's all sorts of things, but the vast majority of those as well in golf, you can control over some way. I mean, a guy like Tiger Woods stands up at the tee, and when he hits his ball perfectly, that includes the wind direction. That includes gusts that might be happening in the area. That includes all of those things to make it so he knows with pretty good certainty where his ball is gonna end up in the fairway when he knows he's hit the ball the way he wants to. You just don't have the same amount of certainty on the poker table, because it's a game of variance, and because you never know what's going to happen random wise on the next card, on the next turn of the card. So it is a much more difficult mental game to get your head around than most sports, because You can do everything right and still lose horribly, and that happens in very, very, very few other sports. I can't think of a single one where you can do everything right and still come away. You can do everything right. Your opponent can be bad, and you still come away winning. We're all in the singularity, so we might be short in the singularity. Ace Jack, Ace Queen. Yep. Alrighty, so that was kind of a waste of €2, but what are you gonna do? Happens, I suppose. Feels like it happens a lot to us in those €1 and €2 buy-in games that we jump into, though. Not really sure why, but it feels like when we go out in hands exactly like that, Ace Jack and Ace Queen. Where we're in a spot where, I mean, obviously I didn't have to put it in pre-flop there against the guy, but with the stack dynamic that was going on there, I'm raising a big blind with a big stack is raising me. He doesn't have to be as strong as Ace King there, or as Ace Queen there. And I mean, I think my reshove gets through a huge percentage of the time. I mean, that Ace Queen's probably the bottom of his range that he's calling there. There's probably some pair hands that I'm racing against that he calls. And of course, there's a couple of pair hands that I'm in big trouble against that he calls for sure as well. But I mean, I think there's a whole range of hands that he's raising with there that my Ace Jack is in really good shape against, and that he's either folding or we're getting our money in a 70-30, 65. 35 kind of spot, which I'm not terribly upset with at that point in the tournament. And it does seem like a lot of the times in the €1 and the €2, that's the sort of spot we're busting in. So maybe I need to rethink my logic in those sorts of spots, because clearly it's not really working for me. Although it could just be a variance thing again. I don't have a huge sample size of those, so that's going to be part of it, I think. But I mean, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Have a quick look at what my sample size on the bigger singularities are. So let's go to the grouped table. Let's go down here. So yeah, we've played the €1 singularities. Actually, before I get too much into this, let's go to table 1 and watch me play my aces. Just about time those fuckers out. That would not have been fun. So any deuce beats us now here, but that's really the only thing that we're hugely worried about. We're calling him off if he shoves. We're putting in some money, and we're shoving if he doesn't call it, or if he doesn't shove. We're going to make him put in the rest of his money. He does not put in the rest of his money, but that's cool. Right, so let's go back to having a look at, so in the €1 singularities, we've played 20 tournaments, and we've got 18-20 wins out of them. So we're 180 down in those. It's not a terrible result. The €2 singularities, we have played 10 of them, and we have not cashed in a single one. We've actually played 12. We've actually played 12 of the 2 euro singularities and 28 of the 1 euro singularities, but 8 1 euro and 2 euros have been played with tickets. So they don't actually count in the. So we spent 20 euros on 1 euro singularities and we've won 18.20. We have spent 20 euros on 2 euro singularities and we have won 0 in them. So it is not a good result for us in the 2 euro singularities at all. I mean, it's not 10 is not a huge sample size, but you would think we would have put in at least a cash by now. With that, I would have thought. So I might have to rethink my strategies in those. Might have to spend a little bit more time thinking about that. Because yeah, that's not a pleasant stat to look at. I haven't seen too much of that yet today, Broadjoy. It hasn't frozen for me, but I was playing two-handed at a table for quite a while in the Dark Matter Nano, I think it was. So maybe that was a symptom of it, but I've seen that as well before too. I did have to download an update today, so they've given us new software, which means there might be bugs in the new software potentially. So if you watched my Twitter last night, you saw that I've got some music queued up to play. I don't think I'm going to do the music today. I think we're going to save that until a Friday or a Saturday stream for a bit of a party atmosphere with all the music and stuff. But yeah, I've got like it was kind of funny actually. I started going through to build a set list of Canadian tunes last night. And at first I was going through thinking, geez, I don't know if I'm going to be able to fill 30 songs with this thing. So I've got 30 songs of Canadian music filled in my set list already, and I realized there's like dozens of bands and groups that I haven't even touched on yet. I've got like a full 30-song list, and admittedly, there's a few groups that are represented 2 or 3 times in that list, just because I think we need to listen to more than one song of a lot of these, and I'll do the same thing in the following lists with the other artists that I haven't included in here. But I've got like a full 30-song list that includes probably 15 to 20 artists, different artists in it. And I'm still missing people like Leonard Cohen, Rough Trade, The Spoons, Tom Cochrane, Red Ryder, Shania Twain, Celine Dion, Justin Bieber. Now, I'm not entirely sure any of those final 3 will be included in my next playlist, but just as a point of note. And then there's a whole bunch of others. There's Kim Mitchell. There's Max Webster. There's the band. There's Robbie Robertson. There's Sarah McLachlan. There's Alanis Morissette. There's I mean, the list is just the list of groups and acts, Blue Rodeo, the list of groups and acts, great Canadian groups that I've left off my current playlist, funnily enough, is actually longer than the one that I put on my playlist, I've realized. So it's not going to be too much of a trouble for me coming up with a few weeks worth of Canadian playlists, which I will, you guys can. The way I plan to do these when I do the music stream is I'll have a bunch of Canadian content queued up before the stream starts to run in the queue. You guys are free to add anything you want as that queue runs down, and if you guys add things and want them to be played right away, I can easily move them up to the top of the queue. As well, but what we'll do is we'll start with a bunch of my selections of Canadian music, and then we'll move on to whatever you guys want to listen to from there. Is kind of the way I'm thinking about it. And I figure I can get at least 3, if not 4 weeks worth of unique content out of that. Yeah, 10 tournaments is not really good enough sample size. I mean, it's not. yeah, it totally conceivable to go 10, 11, 12, 15 in a row without actually cashing anything. Um, and I mean, again, on a €2 singularity, the prize pool is 100 euros, which means we're probably looking at a minimum of about 30 euros as our top prize. So I win one of these, I win my next one of these, and I'm suddenly at a 50% ROI rate in this in that tournament. So yeah, I mean, I'm not that upset. Um, so I'm not that upset for sure. I'm just gonna chill and keep playing them because I actually think I've got a pretty good I think I got a pretty good record in relatively deep stacked long structure singularity freeze out tournaments, which is what those singularities are. So I think I should be able to do reasonably well in them over the long term. It's just not working out well for me here at the beginning. Yeah, yeah, that is pretty bizarre. Bizarre. Night Chopper, how's it going, buddy? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So Chopper, yeah, Metric, yeah, Metric is another one that I missed out on. I put in. I had to include in my first week of Canadian songs. I had to include uh, Classified's version of "O Canada." Um, the U.S. has Jimi Hendrix doing the Star Spangled Banner. The U.K. has Brian May up on top of Buckingham Palace shredding "God Save the Queen." Canada has Classified updating our "O Canada," which is pretty awesome. So I had to include that one. But I'm still missing The Weeknd, Drake. If you want to talk about Canadian hip hop alone, I'm still missing a bunch of Canadian hip hop that I could absolutely include. So this week's focus has sort of gone with I've gone with Canadian classic rock and what I think will generally be globally recognized Canadian pop groups, plus a couple of um, quirky, very Canadian choices. One of which is maritime music, which I think you guys from the UK will find very similar to Celtic Irish music. Great Big Sea is that band that I'm doing, and then the other one is a Canadian icon, folk music icon in Canada, named Stompin' Tom Connor, singing Sudbury Saturday Night, which may not be to everybody else's taste, but it is an iconic Stompin' Tom, and that particular song as well. There's a couple of other Stompin' Tom songs that are iconic in Canada, the hockey song, and a few other ones. But that one will be in there. It's pretty country, pretty folky, pretty country-y, but it's a ton of fun. And Stompin' Tom was one of those people. He passed away a couple years ago, older fellow, but he's one of those guys that isn't great on recording, but when you go to see him in concert, you're going to have the best night of your life. The concerts were just astonishingly. Everybody's involved. It's like a super high energy kind of thing, and it's just a whole lot of fun. So there's Stompin' Tom in there with Sudbury Saturday Night. We'll throw more Stompin' Tom in. Stompin' Tom will probably be featured every week, I think, as we go forward. Tragically Hip is probably going to be featured every week as we go forward as well, I would guess. Quite possibly Rush will have a place in every week too. But otherwise, we got lots of variety to choose from. So it's kind of what we got going now. I'm not sure if it's going to be Friday or Saturday, but I think one of those 2 days I'm going to run the music stream, and we'll just have we'll just rock out to a music party. And there's still a whole slew of new artists from like 2005 through today that I really need to sit down and refresh my memory on, because I know there's a bunch of great Canadian acts, and the names are just escaping my brain now. But like in modern times, there's been a few Canadian bands that are just kind of iconic, not just in Canada but across the world, actually, in many cases. People like Walk Off the Earth is one example. New Pornographers are Canadian as well, aren't they? Yeah, New Pornographers be another one. I mean, they're obviously not. They're obviously a little newer than the time frame I'm talking, or a little older than the time frame I'm talking about. But same idea. Those sorts of bands that I'm not as familiar with, but I know. So again, I'm gonna have to. My point is, there's a crap load of material I got to work through with this. So we've got a few weeks worth of party music streams, I think, that we can go with here. One of my problems is that Moobot doesn't let me save playlists very easily, so I may need to find a way to save playlists so I don't repeat a bunch of stuff too often. Although it's just not going to be terrible if we repeat stuff too. I mean, pretty much everything, at least on this week's list, pretty much everything on the list is a song I love listening to. So, you know. I was finally able to register in one of those Easter free rolls today. I've it's been giving me errors the last 2 days trying to reg in those free rolls with my tickets. I click ticket, and it would give some sort of weird error number 44 or some ridiculous thing like that, and not let me in. So that was the last 2 days. Finally today I tried it, and it actually let me in. So I'm actually going to play one of those a little later. Yeah, yeah, that's crazy, Broadjaw. Although I mean, I must admit, I've noticed those heads-up tables a lot on Unibet, and it's I find it quite frustrating, because you're right, it should never happen in a tournament like this. And one of the things that bugs me about it is that it's, from a software perspective, I mean, I know a little bit about computers given my background. It's dead easy from a software perspective to just have a condition in there that the play on the table, you sit idle until there's at least 3 players on the table. You know, you should not be ever playing two-handed in any tournament setting unless you're heads up for the final. I suppose it's potentially I suppose if you were playing a four-handed tournament, I could potentially see a situation where you would have one table of three and one table that was heads up. But I think if I was running a four-handed tournament in that sense, when the person busted sixth and there was five players left, I would make a five-handed final table, because playing 3 and 2 is very unfair. It's a very different dynamic, three-handed versus heads up. So, yeah, I just don't think you should ever put. The dynamic is completely different, and unless you're actually in a heads up tournament, you should never be heads up until you're actually heads up in a tournament. That's my opinion on it. There should never be cards dealt to only two players in any tournament setting, unless there's only two players left in the tournament, or the tournament started out and played the entire thing as a heads-up tournament. I lie. There's one other scenario where you play heads up before you're heads up, and that's in shootout tournaments, where you have to win your table, and then the winner of each table moves on to the next table. So those ones you're always going to play heads up at each table. But we're not talking about those special case scenarios. In a normal MTT, you should never, ever, 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 ever be playing two-handed until there is only two players left in the tournament. We got another Stars mixed game tournament coming up in a bit. We're going to be playing Deuce to 7 single draw later on with that Tony Warriors tournament. Deuce to 7 single draw is one of my favorite poker games, for the record. I'm not hugely great at it, I don't think. But I love it. And there's a lot of really good poker players that consider it the purest form of poker. And I have to agree that there's a lot of the elements to it, because it's entirely a read game. It's entirely a game of reading your opponents and reading their behavior cues, because you have literally zero card information other than your own hand, other than the strength of your own hand. You have literally zero information about the strength of your opponent's hand other than his physical behavior. Which online is, obviously there's a very limited amount of physical behavior. So, you're limited to betting patterns and things like that. So it's I find it a very fascinating game. So quite a few different dynamics than there is in Hold'em. Things like in Hold'em, if you've got 7 or 8 big blinds, there are lots of hands that you might shove in a speculative manner, hoping for folds, but relatively happy if you get called, because you've got outs to go. Things like your suited connectors, things like your ace X's, those sorts of hands. There's almost no scenario in Deuce to 7 where you ever want to shove pre-draw with a weak hand. Doesn't matter how many or how few big blinds you have. You're going to blind out in a Deuce to 7 tournament before you're going to start shoving hands that have no draw value post draw. So there's a few different dynamics that you've got to figure out with Deuce to 7, especially single draw. Even though it looks, even though the blinds and stuff look very similar to No Limit Hold'em, there's a lot of different dynamics to it, even from the sort of stack size perspective as well. I'm going to put in a raise here with my suited connectors on the under the gun, and I guess we'll fold to this massive re-raise. I mean, it's obviously like an absurdly large. It's obviously like an absurdly large bet. Doesn't really make a ton of sense for him to put that much in. But what are we supposed to do about it? We don't really have a calling hand here, so we're out of it. We're gonna head off to a break. Got some extra. Still got a few new commercial scenes queued up for you, so enjoy it, and we'll be back after these short messages.
Folks, I suggest those of you who want a shaper pen for Christmas, go out now. And if you don't get a shaper pen for Christmas, write to Santa Claus asking for a shaper pen for Christmas.
It's a Schaefer PFM, the pen for men by Schaefer. The newest gift you can give a man. And man, how men go for it. Why, just one look tells you Schaefer's PFM has what it takes to be any man's lifetime friend. It's bold, neat, handsome, rugged. That's PFM. It's got some heft to it, and it fits a man's grip because it was made for him. And here at last is a pen that writes the way a man's pen should, with the world's only inlaid point. This one's 14 karat solid gold. Go ahead, bear down on it if you like. The point for men is really rugged. And because men prefer it, the PFM fills Schaefer's exclusive snorkel penway that loads up the massive capacity barrel slick as a whistle. Yes, sir, from PFM's loss-proof clip to the way it rides free and easy in a man's pocket, it's every inch a man's pen. Schaefer's pen for men. You've seen it in your favorite magazines and newspapers. Tomorrow, see and try it at your favorite store. Pen for men prices start at $10. The set with matching pencil for men in this handsome presentation box from just $14.95. Schaefer's PFM. It's the newest, most exciting gift you can give a man.
Paper-made ink is leak-proof. Use a paper-made pen.
Paper-made ink is smear-proof. Use a paper-made pen.
Bankers approve Paper-Mate, only $1.69 everywhere.
Buy a Paper-Mate. You'll say it's great when you write with a Paper-Mate pen.
Yes, you'll say it's the greatest when you write with a new Paper-Mate pen. It's this new silvered tip that does it. More about that later. But now, let's join the Irwins.
Happy fun. Fun for the driver. Fun for the navigator. Fun for their car as they move from checkpoint to checkpoint, given on a checklist of clues. It's a treasure hunt on wheels. It is fun, made even more fun with the brightest, lightest drink of them all, refreshing Canada Dry Ginger Ale. And off they go, completely refreshed. Canada Dry Ginger Ale comes in the handy six-pack. So light, dry, not sugary sweet, not filling. So sparkling, the bubbles tickle your nose. Family-sized bottles of Canada Dry pour 5 big glasses. Canada Dry, America's first family of beverages.
Hello, I'm Ruth Warwick, and here's a wonderful new product. 5-day deodorant pads. It's made all other deodorants old-fashioned. Here's why. This is one of the cream deodorants, but some of them are greasy and sticky. They come off in your clothes and get under your fingernails. And there are spray deodorants, but they're hard to control and trickle down your side. But there's no mess with 5-day deodorant pads. Just take one of the moist, fragrant little pads and rub it exactly where you want it. The liquid in 5-day does not trickle down your side. There's no stickiness, no mess at all. Then you throw the pad and your worries away. You are protected. Because 5-day is 5 times more effective in destroying odor-forming bacteria than the average of all leading brands tested. Laboratory tests prove that. So next time, buy 5-day deodorant pads.
We are back. Yeah, I'm so glad we don't have to use fountain pens anymore. Fountain pens are a crazy thing that by all accounts used to explode in people's pockets all the time and were incredibly hard to write with. And yeah, so it was just and the prices that they got on these things, like $10 and $14.95 back in the 50s. That's an absurdly expensive pen. I mean, like that is, I'd be hard pressed to pay $10 for a pen today. Never mind, like 50 years ago, 60 years ago. Um, that's an astonishingly expensive pen. Yeah, it's weird. I wondered if he could ever fold there with so few chips behind. If I put in another raise there, it strikes me. See, to my mind, and I do see that in an ICM spot where you can do that, and I've seen some of the guys in the high rollers do that, and Dara do that a few times as well. Um, this is in the falling star, and we're not even close to an ICM spot at the moment, so it doesn't really strike me as the time that you would do that for a strategic fold behind. So it struck me that there was no way in the world that if I put in more chips, he wasn't snapping me off there. Now the question is whether my 7-8 spade is a reasonable hand to get involved with there if we assume he's a little bit out of line, not obviously not raising the top end of his value range there. So if we assume he's not in the top end of his value range, um, I actually not sure that 7-8 is a terrible hand to 7-8 suited is a terrible hand to be going up against that sort of a range with. So I might have actually wanted to put my money in for that. Um, and in a bounty, that also might be the king. But the other side of the bounty argument that I'm always looking at as well is that I'm thinking in a spot like that, he's got a hand where he's really trying to take my bounty. Um, that's one of the considerations that I like to put in that. So it's a little harder for me to work out exactly what they're doing in a spot like that, um, in a bounty situation. But I think the fact that we aren't really anywhere near the bubble or anything like that makes it less likely that he was doing it to be able to strategically fold. I think. I think. Yeah, I can actually see that. I can actually see that argument as well, NMP, that he's hoping that I'm busy doing other things and not really paying attention to the game. Look at it as an all in. Um, yeah, I mean, I think 59 cents for deodorant in 1956 is actually pretty. I mean, it's not cheap, that's for sure. I mean, I'm not sure it's like super expensive. It's not a $10 pen, that's for sure. But it's not cheap. I don't think. Ace 10 in the falling star. Jesus, almost a family pot. Second pair. Backdoor straight draws. Yeah, I don't think they ever fooled there either. to put in a bet with my second pair here. The fact that all these checks happen and the two guys in front of me folded, I actually think this gets through most of the time. I don't think there's a king out there. I think if one of these guys has a king, he bets. Either of these guys has a king, he calls. So yeah, I mean, I think closer to the bubble. I think I can totally see what you're talking about. I think in an ICM money ladder spot, I can totally see what you're talking about. But I just think at this stage of the tournament, God damn it, God damn it. I really don't like it when I flop so well when I'm not in the hand. What are you going to do, though? I don't really think queen 6 for middle position is early position actually is really should ever really be considered an open. So, I mean, I don't really think it's a hand I would ever really be in there, but gosh, it would certainly be nice to be in this hand, though. Yeah, I'm sure that would never happen on Unibet. There's nobody here that just randomly. There's nobody here that just randomly clicks buttons, is there? We got the ace king. We got like tons of action in front of us. I mean, I think we're just looking for a double plus here with our ace king. He can be super weak, I think, in this spot. The face there can be super weak in this spot, I think. And two's the one I'm really worried about, but wow. Wow! And the fucking 3 just gets there. Jesus. I mean, wow. Guy gets in with the fucking worst possible hand, and is the one that takes the most chips out of it. Poker, eh? Alrighty, so we know the sort of range Antu's reshoving with in those spots. Of course, he's looking for the bounty there for sure, but given that he's sitting at 122 in bounties, that means that he's been playing super aggressively to steal bounties, and he must have 6 or 7 to be at that level. And given that must have 6 or 7 bounties to have a 122 on his bounty, and given that he's only got 15,000 chips at this point, that tells me that he is playing super loose poker here. There's lots of chips moving in and out of his stack at regular intervals, so I think we need to be very observant of when he's in pots. If we have any sort of a value hand, I think we need to be involved with that. I mean, plus we're gonna almost win our money back, just if we can manage to just take his bounty somehow. So we need more chips, obviously, to do that. But you know, if we can double up against him and then take him out, that would be we're gonna get. Geez, it might even be. It's going to be very close to paying our full euro back for buy-in at just his bounty alone. If we can get it, of course. Yeah, we totally know the kind of hands he throws his chips around with. So we're not going to be nearly as cautious about getting money in. This is an excellent spot, I think, to get our money in against this guy. I think this is an excellent spot to potentially get our money in against Mr. Antu. Yep, I was totally expecting that, and we're totally calling off. Boom! Yes! We get there and hold. We didn't have to get there. We held. Part 1 of the plan. Thank you, Clyde. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Part 1 of the plan executed to perfection. Part 2 of the plan still needs to go. No, please, no. Don't let somebody else knock him out. I want that bounty. That bounty looks so yummy. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. 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 Oh. Oh. The bounty's gone. The big bounty's gone. That's right. Good chunk of it went into Tony there on my right. So we can start focusing on Tony now. But it's really, really, really disappointing to see that bounty disappear from our table and move over into Tony's stack because it was like 94 cents, I think, in that bounty that would have gone directly into our bank account, which like basically pays back our buy-in for this one. And we haven't managed to score a bounty in this one yet. Dark Matter's been pretty quiet the last little while. I just put in a raise under the gun with my King Queen, and I'm almost certainly calling this off if nobody else gets involved. Munia. So yeah, Munia can actually be pretty light here based on what I've seen of them at this table, but I think I'm just going to drop. I don't think King Queen offsuit is enough. Okay, he's stronger than I expect him to be. We would have obviously got there, but right. Yeah, it sounds semi-reasonable, Clyde's. Put in a raise with my pair of fives here, I think, or a bet, I mean. We've improved to a straight draw as well now. Huh. I guess we're done in the dark matter. Oh well. Probably did need to get our money in there, but I don't think we. I think it was a bad move actually, given what he was playing there, and I knew that he's pretty light from what I've seen him before. So, yeah, he had the better 5, but the way he's aggressively playing that 5 was pretty absurd, I thought, to be honest. So interesting, but yeah, that's there. So I did just get the free roll table just popped up. So let's get that on the. Let's get that up on table 3. Let's update our titles a little bit because we're not in the dark matter or the singularity anymore, but we are playing Late Easter Turbo. Late Easter Turbo. Free roll. Alrighty, so we also got the Easter free roll running here as well. I'm going to have the deuce to 7 here popping up very shortly. I think I'm going to put in a raise with my ace-8. This is looks like a fairly turbo-y kind of affair, so I think we'll be fairly turbo-y about it. Alrighty, so we'll have the PokerStars here starting up soon. I don't think I'm going to reg in any other Unibet games for the time being. Actually, maybe I will jump into the black hole. Yeah, let's jump into the black hole. Let's jump into the black hole nano. So we will add that to our bankroll tracker. And let's get that in. Alrighty, so that's that. Let's get the black hole up on the screen. Alrighty, so we now have the black hole now running on screen as well. And we will soon have the PokerStars deuce to 7, single draw, no limit. Going to put in a raise, obviously, with our aces. We get a raise from Ya, so I think we will put in another raise over top of that. And we will keep the value betting on. And we will call off the aces. Boom. We double up through Ya. I think most poker players, to be honest, talking about fetishes in 2019, I think most poker players, to be honest, although they wouldn't admit it to themselves this way, but I think most poker players are masochists. I think you have to be a masochist to be able to play poker successfully because you have to be able to enjoy the pain of getting sucked out on. You have to be able to, if not enjoy it, at least endure it and be able to keep a positive attitude through it. So I think that the most successful poker players actually get a small thrill out of the losing side as much as they get a thrill out of the winning side as well. Just because it's very just because there's a small masochism streak in them that enjoys the pain. Just put all my money in the free roll with queens. Got called behind by Philip G with fours, and we hold. This definitely looks like it's going to be a super turbo-y affair, though, so we're going to be in and out of this one pretty darn quick, I think. I think even if we go deep in this one, it's not going to take very long, a couple hours tops. Bottom pair. Good bet with bottom pair there, actually, given it was a limped pot pre-flop. But I don't think we continue with bottom pair and just a 5 kicker and no real draws on this board. Deuce to 7 should be starting in like 4 minutes now. Oh wow, we folded quads on the dark matter. That's pretty gross. Or sorry, the black hole. Nano. Of course, we folded pre-flop. I mean, we didn't actually fold. Don't get me wrong, I didn't fold quads on the flop there, folks. I folded my 8-7 pre-flop to pre-flop action. It's a hand I could call, I guess, but I think that's a 3-bet spot with queens. I think with an overpair, continuing our betting is the best option. I think continuing to try to extract value is the best option. And I'm pretty happy that we hit our set at the end. We're not putting them on diamonds here. So I'm pretty happy we're going to win this pot. We didn't need the queen on the end. No, I didn't think we needed the queen on the end, but it's always nice to have that extra insurance. And especially nice to get paid off. That puts us in first place in the Black Hole Nano. That gives us the #1 chip stack. We have the most chips in the entire tournament. There's our PokerStars. There's our PokerStars guy coming up. Boom, we are playing deuce to 7, single draw knockout. Nice hand developing on the free roll table. I mean, we might just be up against King Jack, but we are not. We take a nice big pot there. So we folded out of our first hand in the deuce 7 because ace, king, queen, 10 is not a very good starting hand in deuce to 7 for the record. Aces are high. The best hand in deuce 7 is a 7-5-4-3 deuce. Playing low games, you should always count your hand down from the highest card because that is actually how it's determined who the winner is. You look at the highest card first. If those match, you look at the next highest card. If those match, you look at the next highest card, and all the way down to the bottom. So any 8 beats every single 9, but an 8-5 beats every other 8. Yeah. I mean, there's a certain amount. I think there's an element to it there. Alrighty, so the 5-4 is a reasonable hand in deuce to 7, but it's not really something. There's not enough cards here for me to play this hand, so we're going to get out of the way. Picked up an interesting hand on the falling star table where we've just turned the nuts. Yeah, virtual nuts. There is potentially full houses out there, but we'll definitely bet the river. Try to get some value here. I might get paid off with a slightly smaller bet here. I mean, I think we're just done if he's got the king queen or the king 4 or the pair of 4s or the pair of queens or the pair of 3s. I think we're just done. Those hands aren't very common here, so I think we call it off. Wow, we're done if he's got a pair of kings too. We're probably not in very good shape against a pair of kings, so we are done in the falling star. We did not manage to cash in that one today or take any booties. We were doing pretty well for a while, but what are you going to do? Flush into quads is, I think there's going to be a lot of people that go broke in that spot, right? I mean, yeah, I can sort of predict that there might be a full house on the table, but even that seems kind of unlikely in that spot. So, oh well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Once again, we have a hand that is a total pile of crap in deuce to 7, so we're just going to fold it. Haven't really had anything I could even talk to you guys about in the deuce to 7 game yet. It's been just crap after crap after crap. All right, so this is a hand we can actually play. So we're going to put in a raise with it. We got a couple of options depending on how the post draw goes. So against one draw, so a pat jack is actually a pretty good hand in deuce to 7 when you're playing against a draw. So I'm actually going to pat this, and we're going to see what we get. The jack 10 is not a great spot to be in, so we're going to check behind, but pat jack can win against draws quite a bit. So it does not in that case against a 1 draw. He draws into his 10. That's cool. One of the reasons I play that hand is because I have the option, if he pats, I can throw my 10 jack and draw to the nuts. If he draws, I can make a decision to either pat my jack 10 or throw my jack and try to draw to a good 10. So it's a hand that has a lot of options for me to play in the deuce to 7. So that's one of the reasons why I got involved there. But so something like a pat jack in position is actually a reasonably strong hand to have because you have a lot of options and a lot of choices once you see what the other players do. Yeah. I played PokerStars, the poker school online home games all the time. I loved those series. In fact, I used to crush those series quite regularly. I would be winning. I'd be figuring in the top prizes for the series pretty much every time they ran when they were going. And yeah, I miss them. They were a lot of fun. They were a lot of fun. This is a hand you could potentially draw into. Throw your queen and your six and draw into a 9-6-3. But it's important to remember that in a single draw context, drawing two is a pretty risky operation, and you want to be drawing to the nuts or the virtual nuts if you're going to draw two cards in any sort of spot. The only sort of time you're going to play a draw two kind of hand is when you're drawing to a relatively strong three-card hand and you have a positional play where you can try to raise and take the pot pre-draw. Otherwise, you're going to be getting rid of your two draw hands most of the time. Always getting rid of an 8-7-6 here, the 87. I'm drawing into a weak 8 is what I'm doing there. So it's not an 8 is a strong hand, but it's a pretty loose draw into a weak 8. So it's not that great, frankly. We'll have better opportunities down the road, I think. Honestly, the only reason I'm on Stars is because I'm trying to support Tony in his home game series here. I also miss my mixed games, so I love playing I love playing different kinds of poker. Yeah, if Unibet could offer good mixed games, I would probably never play anywhere but Unibet at this point in my poker life, I think. But given that Unibet only offers PLO and Hold'em, I'm somewhat limited because I do like to play other forms of poker. I'm hoping that there's going to be a Badugi running in this series because I'd really love to play some Badugi on the stream. I love Badugi. It is such a completely different kind of poker, quote unquote. Say quote unquote because there's some people that don't even think it's poker because it has nothing to do with poker hands or anything like that. Basically, the only thing that makes it like poker is the fact that you get cards that are the same as the poker cards. And then you draw cards to try to make your hand, and you bet between the draws. It's the only thing that makes it similar to poker. Everything else is completely different about it. If you've not played Badugi before, what it is you get dealt 4 cards, and you are trying to make the lowest rainbow hand you can make. In other words, the best hand in Badugi is ace, deuce, 3, 4, all 4 different suits. So paired cards are bad, paired suits are bad. So you don't want to flush, you don't want pairs. The only poker hand that is okay for you is the straight. Straights don't count against you. Yeah, that's never going to be a play. Straights don't count against you in the Badugi, so ace, deuce, 3, 4 is your nut draw. But any other quote unquote poker hand is actually going to count against you in the Badugi context. Oh my God! So if we're playing 5-card draw, right? I'm loving my life right now with ace, ace, 3, 3, a deuce. But in a deuce to 7 context, this is like an awful, 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 disgusting hand. It's a nice example of what I'm talking about, where you can't actually, even if I've got a small stack, there's really nothing I can do with this hand. Shoving it is idiotic. putting my money in at all with a hand like that is idiotic. So it's one of the places where the dynamic is completely different from No Limit Hold'em. There is no value for me putting in money with this hand ever, no matter what size my stack is, no matter what the position on the table is. Even if I'm going to be all in the big blind next hand, there is no value for me putting money in with this hand in a deuce to seven context. I've got a much better chance of being all in the big blind next hand with a stronger hand than ace deuce deuce three, or ace three three deuce. Much better chance. As you see here, this is a much stronger hand than ace three three deuce. It's still not a hand I'm going to play in this context, but it's a hell of a lot stronger than, I'd be a heck of a lot happier getting my money in with that than I would be with ace three three deuce in a. Even though I've got three deuce, which is two cards to the nuts in theory, and I've got I've got at least one card that blocks nuts in other people's hands, it's still a piece of crap. Still like a steaming pile of dog poo. I'm literally not getting anything that I can play. I'm literally not getting anything that I can play for you guys here on the deuce to seven table. It's really gross. Yeah, well, this one started about 15 minutes ago, and then I think there's one that usually starts about an hour and 45 minutes ago. So you can sort of put that in your head for thoughts about when you want to get on and have a look at his stuff. Because yeah, he runs some good series. I really like his series. Like I say, I am a mixed game fan, so that's one of the reasons why I really like it. But yeah, Badugi is one of each suit, and you want the lowest cards possible, with ace being considered a low card in Badugi all the time. There used to be the case that I was almost exclusively a Stars player, but lately I have not been playing there much at all. So yeah, this is one of those hands that I actually might play. Deuce 7 is a really good hand, and I've got a blocker to this, so I'm actually going to play this one. I've got so that my 7 here blocks anybody else from having a 7. 7 is one of the cards you need to have the nuts in this game. So there's only 2 other players that could potentially have a 7 to start with here, and nobody gets it when I draw. So what we're going to do is we're going to draw to our 9-7 deuce and see what we get here. Not a very good draw for us. And with Big Boss buying padding, we are almost certainly just going to check fold this hand because pair nines is never going to win us anything here. It's possible we could snow there, but when we draw 2 and he pats, he's calling behind, I think, on almost every situation. So yeah, I'm the same way, Clydes. I'm a break-even player on Stars. I'm clearly a winning player on Unibet, at least at the low stakes. The only game on Stars that I've consistently been able to beat is the 25-cent 90-person sit and goes. Honest to God, that is literally the only game on Stars that I've been able to consistently beat. So the only reason we're ever in this hand is because we got limp 2 in the big blind, and we can just check through. I mean, there are sort of advanced plays where you might raise there as a snow job, and there are sort of advanced plays, like with the ace 3-3, there are sort of advanced plays you could do with that, but you're really turning it into a complete bluff at that point, and you're never actually drawing to those hands. Basically what you're doing is you're raising and then patting to make it look like you've got a very strong pat hand. So it's a pretty tricky sort of situation. So this is a really strong hand that we just got dealt here. The paired 3 obviously is our problem, but we're actually going to put in a fairly chunky, we're going to put in a pot size raise here and probably draw. We'll see. Well, unfortunately, we don't get to see who draws, so we'll draw first. So we're probably going to draw 2 to our nuts. We could draw 1 to a 10-7. Yeah, actually, I think I'm just going to draw 1 to the. I think I'm just going to draw 1 to the 10-7. And we just get our we pair our 10 instead of pairing our 3. I'm going to put in a small bet here. See if he likes his. He does like his. He obviously likes his 98. Yeah, that's the one thing that Stars has going for it is it has a good selection of games. And of course a massive player pool that you've one of the reasons that I've in the past chose Stars as the place that I played most of my poker was because it was very important to me as somebody who plays poker as much for the competition as I do for the money. It was important to me that I was playing where I felt the best players in the world were going to be playing and where my competition was going to be, where I wasn't going to be a big fish in a small pond, if that makes sense. I wanted to be the sort of small fish in the big pond where I was learning and playing against the best because I figured that was going to be the chance for me to improve my game and to win. I've sort of reversed on that now, and I like playing on Unibet because I have an edge there, frankly, or I feel like I have an edge at least in the games that I'm choosing to play now. So with a 2 draw there, and a pat, or with a 2 draw and a limp, I'm actually just going to draw 1 to my 10, and I am going to win with my 10-7. I could have either drawn 2 or drawn 1 on that hand, depending on what happens. But when he draws 2, I know that his hand is going to be relatively it's relatively strong if he hits, but he doesn't hit very often. So by drawing 1, I'm going to have a pretty strong hand to go up against bluffs and his sort of the sorts of hands that he's likely to hit from a 2 draw, which is hands that are worse than a 10. So that's why I was involved the way I was there. Not going to get involved with our 2 draw to the 87 there. That's just a little bit too weak. The 2 draw doesn't get there often enough, and even when it does, your 87 is behind all the other 8s that could be out there. So yeah, that would certainly improve the situation, Archibald. But yeah, it would be nice if there was an option out there other than Stars to play games other than Hold'em and PLO, frankly. I mean, I know that 888 has some, but it's pretty tricky, and I honestly haven't found any that offers anywhere close to the game selection of Stars, which is unfortunate, but that's the way life is, yeah, I guess. So since this checks to us, what we're going to do here is we're going to check behind and we're going to draw 2 to our 96, I believe is the best option here. And we are not going to draw it. We're going to draw that to make sure that we don't get spades back, because spades are very bad in this context. So we pair our 3. But there's actually contexts where a pair of 3s is actually going to take the pot down. If it checks around here, Big Boss is quite active with their betting. One draw there with the bet could easily mean that they've hit, but they're doing that sort of thing fairly frequently, so we have to keep an eye on them. And I feel like they're playing. I feel like they're snowing a little bit more than they should be. Yeah, I hope you're feeling better, shopper. Get some rest and improve. I always like everybody to feel good. We're still playing the Easter free roll for the record. 95 of 200 in that one, with 120 people getting paid. It looks like it's Hexapro tickets we're getting on that one, so that'll be a fun thing to play if we win that. I don't play Hexapros unless I get tickets for them, so I don't play very many of them. Getting another set of ads set up for you for the break. We're just not even really getting hands we can do anything with in the Deuce to 7, unfortunately. It's been a little bit slow from that perspective for us there. Just checking what Big Blinds. Big Blinds is there with the 10-9. Yeah, okay, so he's not there with terrible hands. He's not there with super strong hands, but he's not there with terrible ones either. Okay. Alrighty, so the break is about to begin. I'll be right back. Enjoy these commercial messages.
I am Michael of the Waldorf. Here in my salon, I create hairstyles for some of America's smartest women, and I have found a remarkable shampoo that actually helps your permanent hold its curl. It is today's dream shampoo with a hairspring formula. Let me show you with this permanent. Look at this side before shampooing. It is limp, lifeless. But when we wash with today's dream, see how springy and elastic the curls become, how lively. Help your permanent hold its curl. Get today's dream shampoo with its hairspring formula.
The one, the only, Magnifico the Magnificent. He will do the super back and forth, up and down, triple somersault. The only such somersault done anywhere, by anyone in any place in the world. And there he goes. What a man! Say, but there's Joe the Schmo. He doesn't look very happy about the whole thing. He's going to try the super somersault, too. And better be careful, Joe. And there he goes, and... Joe says no. But why, Joe? Joe says no again. Oh, Joe, you schmo. Don't be a schmo, Joe. Be in the know, Joe. Religion and race just don't count in this place. So be in the know, Joe, wherever you go, Joe. Remember that, Joe, you won't fall on your face.
If you prefer a long cigarette, try Cavaliers, the great new king-size cigarette made by the makers of Camels. King-size Cavaliers give you mildness where it really counts, in the feel of the smoke. So inhale, feel that light extra mildness in the smoke of a Cavalier. Cavaliers are king-size, yet priced no higher than leading regular-size brands. So try Cavaliers. Feel that mildness. Taste that flavor. That's a Cavalier.
This lucky baby will sleep quietly through the night. Yes, no matter how high the temperature goes outdoors, this baby's RCA air conditioner will keep his room filled with cool, dry, fresh air and keep that room so comfortable and quiet he'll never need a middle-of-the-night lullaby. Yes, quiet is the word for this new 1954 RCA air conditioner, as the wonderful Heart of Cold compressor silently cools the air for you. RCA, America's finest air conditioner, goes quietly about its business of keeping you comfortable. Its exclusive Hushabye fans silently push the air through the room in a fresh, cool flow. Listen how quiet and see how simple. This young lady is responsible for the weather in her home. It's as easy as child's play. The RCA Climate Tuner, with its cleverly concealed panel, has push-button controls for choosing the indoor climate she wants. Now she's setting the thermostat control for constant, even comfort. And all through the night, that thermostat makes certain of the same cool, gentle room temperature. There's an RCA air conditioner to suit any room, one just right for you. And for RCA service and installation, get one of these RCA factory service contracts. Then you'll be certain of America's finest service for America's finest air conditioner. The RCA air conditioner.
If you knew that one product was twice as good as another, you'd buy that product, wouldn't you? Well, get yourself some new crystal clear White Rain, because it rinses twice as clean as any other leading shampoo, and here's why. It's new, pure, contains no artificial coloring, no thick, hard-to-rinse oils. No wonder it rinses twice as clean as any other leading shampoo. Leaves hair fresh, bright, lively as sea spray. Well, gals, it makes sense, doesn't it? To use the shampoo that rinses twice as clean as any other leading shampoo, and that's new, crystal clear, White Rain. The difference is clear.
Alrighty, we are back. I'm going to shut the camera off here fairly quick, and I got some food cooking at the moment, so we're going to be still going to play, but we're going to be off camera for a little bit here shortly. I am going to pull up the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano, though, I think, and jump in that, since we're a one table down. And let's go here and pick up the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. Down there, and there. Alrighty, so there's the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. And I will be right back. I'm going to get out of the way on that hand on the deuce to 7. I'm still around for a little bit. I'm kind of back and forth here, getting my putting my oatmeal in the microwave. I got a hand I need to play. I just heard that come up on my headset. 7-9 offsuit. Oh, we got a pair of kings on the Dwarf Star bounty table as well. Putting in a raise on the deuce to 7 table. And I think we're going to put in a raise here with our kings. To keep the pressure on. Get rid of the king 7, I guess. Check. Alrighty, I'm going to turn the camera off real quick and turn my mic off and eat my oatmeal, and I'll be back in probably 5 or 10 minutes tops. Alrighty, I am back. I am back, ladies and gentlemen. And cats, although I don't think our cat is here today, but that's cool. She's still included. She's always still included. I'm back. Hello. Hello. So I was just showing that free roll table because I was all in for, but we're in the money there. Let's go over to the PokerStars table because I'm actually playing a pretty good hand here in the. So 3 cards to 1 card. He called behind. We're definitely value betting our hand. We're usually not getting called there, but we don't actually want it to go check because we don't actually want him to see what we're playing very often in this game. Hiding your cards is super important when you get the chance. You always want to. You don't really want to go to showdown in this game if you can, especially in a spot like that where you're pretty sure that your hand is a value hand. You don't actually want to be able to show it down for free, or to have to show it down for free. If that makes sense. Oh, nice. It's always nice to see an increased guarantee. I might start playing that one a little bit more, although it's €5 is still a bit of a chunky buy-in for me. Although I guess in something like that, if I'm willing to fire the black hole from time to time, which I am, I should probably be willing to fire that sort of tournament from time to time as well. That's another interesting spot in deuce to 7 where you're not even really going to play blind on blind with a hand like that because it's not worth. It's not even worth playing blind on blind there. So we're already in the money in this late Easter turbo free roll. Guaranteed a €1 Hexapro ticket now, but we'll see if we can't ladder up a little bit. I'm not really playing GTO at all, or even satellite GTO in this tournament. I backed into the money completely by folding, and as you saw, we were basically all in the big blind just as the money bubble burst. So, but I sort of knew I wasn't going to spend too much time paying attention to this one. So I'm putting in a raise on the PokerStars table. So don't try this at home. This ace queen, I'm basically drawing to a nut 8 here, though. So that's why I'm willing to do this here. It's not a nut hand exactly, but it's the nut 8. So it's not terrible. So we get a 1 card and a pat, which means we're probably in pretty rough shape, but the pat from the big blind can actually be things like a jack and a 10. So when we actually hit our 98, we're actually in pretty good shape here, I think. We're actually in pretty darn good shape here, and I think we're calling this bet. Like, I mean, he can certainly be here with an 8. Or even a better 9. But he's also going to be here with 10s and jacks a lot. So I have to call off. Yeah, like I say, he's going to be there with 10s and 9s. So that's definitely a spot where I have to call. It's not going too bad so far, MV. We haven't pulled any cash into our bankroll yet today, but it's not going terribly. Dwarf Star Bounty Nano has a hand happening. Yeah, I can actually see that, Clydes. I think I might look at those €5 bounty events more so than the black hole. Even though my record in the black hole is pretty darn, or black hole nano, I should say, is pretty darn good. Yeah, I just think it makes more sense to fire at the singularity style events. Okay, well, I think under the gun we're going to put our less than a big blind in with ace deuce suited rather than waiting until we're all in the big blind. We're ahead. We're not anymore. And we're out. That's cool. I mean, we get a €1 hex pro ticket, and I'm okay with that. Yeah, agreed. I mean, and one of the things that I'm always have to be aware of when I'm talking about firing the black hole is that I'm only ever firing one bullet at the full-size black hole with my current bankroll. So I'm playing it like a freeze-out tournament. I may as well be playing the freeze-out tournaments instead, right? I guess is the way to look at it. The only thing I would say that makes that different is that one of the reasons that playing the black hole I think is a potentially good value is that because other people are treating it like a rebuy, if I'm treating it like a freeze out and calling those people off in a much tighter range, then I'm actually going to be doubling up my stack a lot more often than most people because I'm going to be in there wider. Now, it also means that probably a lot of times people are going to be able to push me off hands because they're playing wider and I'm playing a lot tighter. But I think overall, it may actually be a situation where I can take advantage of the aggressiveness of the people playing, willing to fire a couple of times, as long as I'm disciplined with my, with what I work with, and as long as I'm aware of the fact that I'm going to be calling off in spots where I get beat and lose, and so I have to be prepared for all that stuff as well. But yeah, I think there's I think there's logic to the black hole, but I could actually be wrong about that. Oh, we got some Twitter interactions. Cool. See what's happening on Twitter. Am I muted? I'm not muted. Oh, on the streams, right, or on the music. Sorry, I was just looking at a tweet. I was confused about Jillian. I thought she might be in chat, wondering why I was muted, but I'm actually not muted in chat. Fold that, I think. Nope, not going to play that one. You guys aren't seeing the hand that I'm talking about, but... So currently, my current games are the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano, the Black Hole Nano, and PokerStars Deuce to 7 Knockout. No limit single draw game. Evening, Ant-Man. There's a tournament that I haven't entered in my... Yes, there's a tournament that I have not entered in my bankroll list yet. The Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. Falling Star Bounty, I busted. Not sure how our pair of deuces won on that board, to be honest, but apparently they did. This is an interesting spot. This is one of those deuce 7 hands that looks really crappy, and it's actually not a great hand. It's not a terrible one either, though, because we draw 2 to a 97, which is not a terrible spot to be in. And we've got a deuce that blocks other players from having deuces in their hands, so that's also a good thing. And we hit a 98, 987, the nut 987. I'm actually going to value bet this, especially given that I put I drew 2. I think I actually get value from 10s and jacks a lot of time here. Because they can think that I'm drawing 2 and trying to snow sometimes. Trying to say, right, I drew 2 into a perfect hand, so pay me off. Didn't work that time, but... Yeah, April's been pretty crappy for me, to be honest. So far in my Unibet Free Roll Challenge, I have made a profit in every calendar month I've played in. April's not looking good for profit. I'm not hugely down, but I'm not on a profit. I'm not in profit at the moment. I think I'm like 20 euros or something, 10 euros down. Let me have a quick look at my charts. Hang on a sec here. I'm actually going to get involved with this one in position. Am I going to call this off? Yeah, I think I am. I can make a decision here. Once I see what he does, he draws. I'm going to pat my Jack 10, and when he misses, which is a reasonable percentage of the time, I win. Like that. So that's why I play those that way. We get a 2-cent KO bounty. You guys were watching that, right? Yeah, you were. Cool. Right, so getting back to this, we're about 12 euros down for the month. If we look here under the month stats, 81.86 spent this month, and I've only won 68.31 so far this month. Previous, I was 27 euros up in March, 94 euros up in February, 12 euros up in January, and 9 euros, almost 10 euros up in December of last year. So this is the first month so far that I'm showing a loss. Wow, we just made an amazing draw on that, on our deuce to 7. Like, we drew 3 into what is a virtual nut hand at this point. Super lucky. That one was super lucky. So yeah, I know the feeling. Clydes. This has not been the best month for me either. This is a really good hand for me to raise on the button. I got 3 cards to a 76. I've got 4 cards to a Jack 7. So if it had folded to me, I would have raised on the button, but I think I'm just going to call behind here. I can make all my decisions when I see what other people draw. I got lots of options here. So we've got a 1 draw, we got a 2 draw, we got a 1 draw and a 1 draw. So I think we are going to try to draw to our virtual nut hand. So end of the King 9. It's not a terrible spot to be in. Given all the draws, when we check, we're actually going to win. Probably never going to win against a bet. It's not really a snow line that he took, so I think we just got to get out of the way. Yes, the OS is definitely coming, and I'm going to have a chance to play at least some of the days. I'm going to miss a good chunk of it in the middle, but what do you do? This is a really strong hand from early position, cutoff position. Definitely something we want to put money in with. So 1 draw to a 10 or a 2 draw to a 74. a 1 draw to a 10, given that he drew 2. And we hit our 10, which means we are going to value bet this 10-7. Get out of the way there. Yeah, absolutely. Still time left this month, and I'm frankly not that far down. I mean, I get 1 win in the black hole, or I get a couple of nice results in a few of the other tournaments, and I can easily be back in the green again. The main reason that I've been down this month is that I'm playing higher buy-in events, and I'm not cashing them. I mean, probably if I hadn't have played those 5, even though I played 2 or 3 tickets, if I hadn't have played those 5 dark matter games earlier in the month, I'd be in the plus still. I think I'd have to do the math on that, but I'm pretty sure I would be, because I think I spent 20 euros on dark matter out of my bankroll. So it's all relative. So I don't actually feel that bad about my result. And even if I end up in the negative this month, I'm actually going to look at those dark matter buy-ins as a shot at bigger money that didn't work out for me. So I'm really going to look at, even if I lose, as long as I'm within 20 euros of zero, I'm going to call it break even or profit kind of thing, if you get my drift. So I'm not unhappy at all with this month so far. It could certainly go better, but it sure as hell could have gone worse as well. So Alrighty, once again, we're going to play fairly aggressively with this hand. It's a very good hand. We're going to draw. We can pat a queen, actually, although queen doesn't win very often. So we're going to draw this, but we're basically drawing into 76 hand, which we hit. So we've got a lock on this hand, and we're going to value bet at this point. I'm going to go a little small, see if I get some value out of see if I get some small value here. Nope. So hoping I did a couple of bluffs early on in the game where I bet with pairs and the like and got called down. So I've been hoping that would make people call me wider, but it doesn't seem to have been the case so far down the road. But yeah, it should be. I think there's going to be some good series in there. I'm probably not going to play any of the bigger events. I'll probably play all the nanos that I have time for. And I'll probably be in a couple of lows as well. I'll see what tickets I win too. I'll play for some tickets, but I'm going to focus. I really think I have a shot at the nano leaderboard, and I want Jesus, quad deuces and a 6. I mean, they're all good cards for deuce to 7, and nobody else has got the nuts on this hand, but it's not really something I can play. At least we know nobody else is playing the nuts, though. We can 100% guarantee this hand will not be won by somebody playing the nuts, because we have every single deuce required to make a nut hand in this game, or we had when we folded them. This hand a guy could definitely get involved with, but I think I'm not going to in this case. Out of position, it's not a great spot to be in. I'm drawing 2 minimum, so it's not a great spot to be in. Something I'd be more inclined to get involved with from position, though, if I can take the betting lead over. Yeah, minus 12. I mean, it's basically a wash, right? At that point, and like I say, one tournament, one win in the Comet Nano, one win in the Black Hole Nano, and that's erased. I'm basically in a break even. I'm basically in a break even spot. I get first or second in one of the Singularity games or the Falling Star, and I'm in the money for April. So it's a variance thing, and I'm right on the edge. So yeah, it's not like it just bugs me when I'm in the negative. That's all. And I think that's probably the case for every single poker player in the world. And if it doesn't bug you when you're in the negative, you probably shouldn't be playing poker, because that ultimately should be what you're after. That is how we measure our win rate here. So, and at the end of the day, I don't necessarily measure my win rate in the raw size of the dollars, but the relative dollars matter to me quite a bit. Nice. Go for it, MVE. Go for it. I didn't get into the Calypso today. I played it the other day, and I busted like super early again. So I'm not sure that the Calypso is is exactly my speed, but we'll probably play a few more times than that. Ten, 7, 3 is never going to be something that's terribly interesting to us. If it limps to us, we will toss our 10 and our 7 to draw to a 10-7, which is not a terrible spot to be in. But we love getting limped to with a hand like that. It's actually not really one that we want to play too much. Yes, I should be available on Saturday if Stream League happens this week. I should actually check David's stream and see if I need to buy for loyalty, although there may not be a loyalty this month, because it's been impossible to sort of get loyalty because he hasn't streamed this month very much. So I'd have to check and see, because it'll be yeah, it absolutely could be Ant-Man. Absolutely, I could totally snow with that, because nobody else is going to be playing the nuts with a hand like that. So yeah, I could totally snow with that. I didn't really feel in that spot like I wanted to be snowing there. But yeah, I mean, that's 100%. So in that context, what I would do to snow with my quad deuces there is I would put in a big raise pre-draw, and when I got called, I'd basically be hyper aggressive. In every spot, I could be aggressive pre-draw in that, and if I got called, then I pat my hand. And then I obviously have to bet post draw as well, because I can't actually show my hand down, because when the hand shows down, I lose every single time. But what it means is that I look very much like I'm playing a very nutted hand at that point. And I know that I can. It's like having an ace blocker in your hand. It's less likely other players are gonna have it. In this case, I know that nobody else can play the nuts, so I've got a really good nut blocker hand for that. So yes, you can certainly. That is the classic. That is one of the classic snow hands. Quad sevens would be another one, because you're basically looking at 7 deuce sevens and deuces as the cards you need for the nuts. We're going to put in a raise with this. We're drawing 1 to an 87, which is a pretty good spot to be in. Not a great draw hand because when we hit our 6, we're actually dead because we've just drawn into a straight. But it's definitely something we want to put in a raise with, and it's definitely something we want to play to see what's going on because you can draw into a pretty strong hand there. Yeah, 100% at man. That is doing that with quad deuces, quad sevens is a very, very, very common. Well, I wouldn't say very common, but it's definitely one of the spots where you want to do that. Where you want to do that with. Other sorts of crap hands are much more speculative to be trying to snow with because you don't really have any way to tell what other people are playing. But if you've got all the sevens or all the deuces, you know people are not playing the nuts. Period. Technically, that's true as well if you're playing all the 5s, the 4s, and the 3s. So any of those could be good snow hands, but they're especially good with the 7s and the deuces. One of the rules of thumb in deuce to 7 is that if you do not have a deuce and or a 7 in your hand, you probably don't want to get involved. It's not a hard and fast rule. There are places where you're obviously going to change that, but yeah, the hands you draw into if you don't have a deuce or a 7 in your hand are always going to be weaker than the. Not always, but they're statistically weaker than the hands that anybody with a 7 or a deuce in their hand is going to be drawing into usually. So. Yeah, true enough. I suppose that's a good way to look at it. Anything above losing all of my buy-ins is a positive result. No. You're right. I mean, that was part of my argument with David about the whole ROI thing. So if I put 100 euros into a tournament, I actually make 100% of my investment back when I get that 100 euros back. So I have a 100% return on investment. Now, I understand that the return over investment is what they're talking about when they use the term. But my point is, I've lost that 100 euros. I need to make it back to get to 100%, which is my total investment, right? So 100% ROI to me is not I've doubled my money. 100% ROI to me is I break even. So that was why I was doing it the other way. I totally understand that nobody else in the world thinks about it that way, so that's why I changed it over to the way people do it now. So the ROI numbers you see now are return over investment. So it's my winnings divided by my spent rather than it's my profits divided by my spent rather than my winnings divided by my spent. But it's, I think like you're saying there, everything once I've spent 80 euros, everything above 80 euros is winning back into my investment, I guess is the way I put it. So no, I'm totally on your side in that one, Cleats. Still have quite a few people remaining in this, given the size of the blinds. It's kind of surprising, actually, how many people. So, I've got a couple options here. I could draw 1 to the Jack 8, which is going to be a relatively weak hand, and I'm basically counting on everybody else missing, or I draw 2 to my 86, which is probably my better option in this spot, and that potentially gives me a chance to draw into an 8-6 or a 98 or even a 10 and be in pretty good shape. In this case, we pair our 8, so we're not in very good shape. And we're just gonna have to fold most of the time. So for the record, I've still got a reasonable number of chips in the black hole nano. We're 27 of 78 there, with 26 players getting paid, and we are 46 of 55 in the dwarf star bounty. Still quite early in that one. Well, and we're an hour into that one, so the reg is probably getting close to closing now. No booties yet, though. Coming up on another break shortly, we're going to have, this time we're going to be having, I think, a whole slate of shampoo commercials. I think it's one shampoo commercial after another. I think there might be a bit of dead air at the end of this one. I think this set might be a little shorter than normal. So if there is a little bit of dead air at the end of this set of commercials, just bear with me. I put in a raise from the cutoff on the black hole nano table with my pair of 5s. And we take that down. I think I probably get involved here. It's drawing 2 to the nuts, so that's never really going to be a terrible spot to be in. We're not in great position, obviously. Well, we're in the worst position in the world, obviously, but when we hit this, it's a pretty strong position to be in. So Queen 7. We actually win if it checks a lot. We probably can't call any bets with a queen. We're assuming somebody's trying to snow with a pair if we have a queen and we call here. And that was a 1 draw, which means he could easily have hit that. So we're going to get out of the way with our queen. If we hit a 10 or a 9, we have a much tougher decision there. The queen is a pretty easy fold there. We just put in a raise with ace king on the dwarf star table under the gun. I don't think we get any folds if we see bet there. So I think my ace-king can be ahead here a lot still, but I also think I don't have a ton of chips, so I think discretion is the better part of valor on this one. We're heading off to the break, but I'm just going to finish watching this one. I know this is a fairly short break commercial set anyways, so let's see how this one finishes out. Yeah, hit the 5. Alrighty, so we're going to head off to the break, and we'll be right back after these short messages.
Radiantly alive. When your hair looks radiantly alive, then you feel radiantly alive. Thanks to Prel, Liquid Prel, the extra rich shampoo.
There's no other shampoo like Liquid Prel. Liquid Prel is extra rich. That's why it leaves your hair looking radiantly alive. How gloriously different Liquid Prel is from thin, watery, and wasteful shampoos, or thick, sticky ones that can actually dull your hair. Wonderfully different Liquid Prel is extra rich. Every emerald green drop bursts into luxuriously rich lather that leaves your hair looking radiantly alive, and you feel so radiantly alive.
Thanks to Prel, Liquid Prel, the extra rich shampoo.
And you certainly are lovely, Trudy.
For a shampoo, creamy rich, like the most expensive facial creams, buy Shasta, softest of the cream shampoos. If you want oceans of luxury lather, buy Shasta, with the creamiest lather of all. For hair that's far, far softer, shining with natural color, buy Shasta. So many reasons to choose Shasta, plus one more. Shasta's exciting new beauty bargain. Now, buy 89-cent Shasta and get the generous 29-cent jar free. So look for Shasta wherever you buy cosmetics. Get 2 generous jars in this Shasta special. Buy the large 89-cent jar, get the 29-cent jar free. You save with Shasta, year's most exciting 2-for-1 beauty bargain. Buy Shasta, softest of the cream shampoos.
Only once in a blue moon comes a product like Finesse, the new flowing cream shampoo created by the noted cosmetic chemist, Dr. Jules Montagnier. Women everywhere are turning to Finesse because here at last is a shampoo that's sympathetic to the skin and hair. Finesse attracts dust and grime like a magnet, but leaves vital, beauty-giving oils. Awakens the life in your hair as it washes out the dirt. And Finesse is so convenient, cleans so easily, that men too want Finesse. Oh, but no harm done. The Finesse bottle is unbreakable and it can't spill. No wonder everyone likes this amazing accordion squeeze bottle. The captive cap is part of the bottle. Flips open, closes at a touch. One hand does it. And the man in your family will like the way Finesse flows on, lathers instantly. Finesse is extra concentrated, requires only one lathering. Yes, for you women who know the importance of healthy, cared-for hair. And for you men who like a quick, easy, stimulating shampoo, get Finesse. At your drug or cosmetic counter, get the cream shampoo that flows on. Yes, Finesse.
I am Michael of the Waldorf. Here in my salon, I create hairstyles for some of America's smartest women, and I have found a remarkable shampoo that actually helps your permanent hold its curl. It is today's dream shampoo with a hairspring formula. Let me show you with this permanent. Look at this side before shampooing. It is limp, lifeless. But when we wash with today's dream, see how springy and elastic the curls become, how lively. Help your permanent hold its curl. Get today's dream shampoo with its hairspring formula.
Alrighty, we are back a little bit early from that ad break. We did have a repeat in there. I guess the ad there at the end was one we saw earlier today as well. I didn't realize I'd cut these shampoo commercials out of a longer segment that was all shampoo commercials. Didn't realize that I had one of them as an individual earlier as well. Oh shoot! I haven't not had my timer running today. I forgot to start my timer. Oh well. Our countdown timer there isn't going to work very well. But however, we are currently at 2 hours and 54 minutes alive. Just for the record, I do have another record of that on my OBS window, anyways. So that always helps. I think. Do we have that command configured? Uptime, yes we do. We do have that configured. And yes, that shows 3 minutes less than my OBS does because my OBS is 3 minutes ahead. And that makes perfect sense. My OBS is 3 minutes in the future, as am I compared to you guys. Except when I type in chat, which is really confusing because it, means that I'm half of me is in the future and half of me is in the past, and it's kind of confusing sometimes. We have Ace King on the Dwarf Star Bounty table. 30 big blinds. And a good spot for a raise. Make a spot for a C-bet here. A little bit smaller than half pot. Go check here for pot control. I'm going to consider calling behind because I don't necessarily think they have to have caught anything there. We're clearly not going to call a shove though, since that's 10 jack a lot of the time. There's a lot of other hands they can be playing there that have us in pretty rough shape. Excuse me. I think the ace is good here actually a lot. We're putting our money in the middle with our Pat 9. Interesting decision for me on the black hole nano. I think I'm calling it off. Booyah! Oh yeah! We got a chance in the black hole nano, folks. We got a chance in the black hole nano. So you're saying there's a chance. We're going to play this one pretty aggressively as well, which probably just means yeah. I mean, I could shove that as well. Dwarf Star has some interesting things happening on it. I'm betting for value with my top pair. We get value for our top pair. Very nice. We don't pull up a booty, but we do have a very nice chip stack now in the Dwarf Star bounty. Got a very nice chip stack in the Black Hole, a nano as well. Dwarf Star bounty is, of course, a nano as well. Don't want anybody to think I've spent 25 euros on anything today. We have not spent 25 euros on anything today. We aren't even close to a 25 euros total. We're not even close to 5 euros total, I don't think, even with our 2 euro buy-in. Good luck, good luck, good luck, MV. Still in rebuy territory in the Black Hole, but we're 14 of 81. So we actually got a chance to go pretty deep in that guy. Alrighty, so this is kind of a speculative call. We're in position though, and we're calling off this raise as well, as everybody of course does. When we hit our 98, we're going to be in pretty good shape against 2, 2, and 1. We could draw ace-9, but we're not going to this time. We pair our 8, so we're not in very good shape. Final table. I don't know what the payouts are like. 5 places paid, so we've got 2 more to go until we're in the money. I am in last place currently, but it's pretty easy for that to change in this game. And it's pretty easy for other people to go out on top of you, so just had aces crack. Johnny Cash here had aces, and Pukaka had jacks, and the jack comes on the flop. Called with a pair of 7s. We're going to set mine to a certain degree with this. It's not a spot where I want to call off with 7s there, I don't think. He can be doing that pretty wide, but wow, 6-3? Jesus. I mean, wow, right? So I feel like this shove under the gun is always strong. After seeing what she called off with last time, I don't think I'm ever calling off there unless I've got aces or kings. But I could be wrong about that. I suppose it could also be someone that just, I can shove any two cards and win. So I think we're calling off our money on the black hole nano. Well, not calling off our money, but we're calling off somebody else's money. Ooh, yeah. 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 Yeah, that's good. That's a good hand. I have to say, I think I flopped pretty well on that one. What do you guys think? So King Queen against... That actually almost feels like a call spot, but I'm just too much of a net. Got an all-in and a call situation on the home game table. And we lose unknown. We are down to the money bubble here on the deuce to 7. We are still the last place player. I've just potentially made a... We get there, we hold, we keep it, and we have a nice stack in the Dwarf Star Bounty now. Gonna try to take his bounty. I mean, 7-6 is not a great hand for it. I guess we got to fold out with the shove. Although we've seen what she plays. Still, I'm in a shove spot on the deuce to 7 table. This is a 1 draw to a 95, so we're definitely involved in this. Oh well. We were drawing good. So we bubble the deuce to 7, but that's okay. It was fun. I guess he just has the queen here, eh? Could have spades though. Could have spades some of the time. Oh, are you serious? Are you fucking serious? He just fucking gets there because he's shoved with like nothing. Poker would be a much simpler game if you didn't have to worry about losing your hard-earned chips to shit like that, but you do. So we're still in a money spot in the black hole, but we're definitely in a much worse spot after Barry kicked us in the balls there on that hand. This could be an interesting hand. So this is like 2 here has been pretty active against us. The fact that they didn't reshove this hand, though, means that they probably haven't got a very strong hand there, and we're just hoping to hit that flop, and they did not. I think I'll probably wind things down after these 2 tournaments. I don't think I'll reg in anything else for today. Just a reminder now, we're playing the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano here, and we're also playing the Black Hole Nano here. I've just put in a raise. I got limped to, so put in a bet when I hit my deuce. But I probably check fold now that I've been called on the flop. So a really good chance to actually get some bounties on this hand, I think. I hope that would have encouraged her to go all in, but I guess not. Okay, cool. That's okay. I'm happy to take that. I'm happy to take it that way. Maybe one of these days with Tony's home game, I should maybe try the multi-twitch thing. I don't think I have access to. I don't think we have access to do the full like partner thing where you're squad streaming. I don't think I have access to that yet, but I'll have to do some interior looking. But maybe some sort of multi-twitch stuff with his stream up as well, because watch both of them at the same time. I'd like to be over interacting in chat with his stream while he's doing these, but I'm going to do my own instead, I think. So yeah, I may or may not stream on Saturday. If David's running the Stream League and he's running his stream, then I probably don't want to compete with that, and I probably want to be in his chat while I'm playing the Stream League. So I probably won't stream on Saturday. I'm going to stream tomorrow and Friday, though, for sure. And Friday is going to be our music party stream. So mark that one down on your calendar if you like the music party idea. Excuse me. Pretty nice flop for us here on the Dwarf Star. Not thrilled about the diamonds coming, but I'm pretty sure diamonds would have bet that flop, so we're probably okay. And we don't care now, because unless she's got an 8, we have the best hand. So we want to see a free turn if we can, but we're not going anywhere with our flush draw here. Straight flush draw for that matter. I guess it wasn't a straight flush draw. Backdoor straight flush draw. We actually probably should have put a bet in on the turn. Now that I'm thinking about it, looking at the board. A bet on the turn actually would give us a credible bet on the river, which we probably don't have, but we're going to try to take it anyways. It doesn't have to be credible to work necessarily at these levels. Got through one. Got through the other. Like I say, it doesn't always have to be credible to work at these levels, guys. You don't actually have to be repping anything that makes logical sense to have your bluffs work at these levels on Unibet, folks. Because I have no fucking idea what I was trying to rep with that bet. I have no fucking idea at all what I was trying to rep there. But I am pretty certain that when I check behind with a king or with a queen high, I'm probably not going to win the pot. So I think my betting is my only real option to win the pot there. I just don't think I have anything that a reasonable player would think I was credibly betting there. But we're playing down a tournament, so maybe they're thinking I'm trying to trap a king there or something, right? Which is never going to happen like that, but maybe that's what they're thinking when they fold me. Who knows? I mean, I guess I'm sort of semi-credibly repping the having just randomly hit, having just randomly hit on the river or something there, or on the turn. But it's still, it's pretty hard to figure out what I'm value betting there, for me, anyways. Picked up aces in the, getting out of the way for the record in the Dwarf Star, but we picked up aces here in the black hole. So we're definitely going to get involved here. Not real comfortable raising into the big stack here, but I think we have to with the dynamic. I think we have to try a value bet, at least one street worth anyways. Sort of knew that was kind of what was going to happen, but I think we still had to make that shot. I mean, I guess I could just fold the small blind there and give him the walk, but feels like given when I get folded there, it's usually a good idea to raise. It's the big stack. Dynamic there is maybe where I made my mistake. So we're 21 away from the money in the Black Hole Nano here. Dwarf Star Nano, we are 18 away from the money. We've got an interesting hand developing in the Dwarf Star. Put in a raise with my King Queen suited, I think. Obviously not playing our 9 deuce there. Yeah, this hand thing sort of went wrong for me on the Black Hole Nano. It's the one that's on stream right now. But, of course, it won't be on stream by the time you hear me say this, but, you know, that's the way it goes. Got a much better spot coming up on the Black Hole Nano table against the same player. From the button this time. And a much stronger hand. Good job, good job. I think I'm going to check back here and go for the delayed C-bet. I think I'll go for the delayed c-bet here. And I think we'll go for the bluff on the river. He just gets there. He just gets there. So we had a chance at the black hole, but it looks like we blew it. We didn't really blow it. I mean, wasn't the greatest when we lost those chips against the big blind there, but it's that hand where we got it in against the guy basically putting a stack in with nothing but ace high and just gets the berry on the river. But we still got a chance. I mean, we still got chips, so we still definitely got a chance. We're not that far away from the money. One double up and we're back in contention in this thing, I think, for at least for the money spots. Dwarf Star Bounty Nano's got some interesting things happening in it as well. Wonder how often my 10 is good here. I think I'm going to call one street just because I've got a pair and a second kicker for it. We've now got two pairs. So the Jack Queen has us in trouble, but I don't think the Jack Queen was betting super aggressively on the flop. Might be calling from Attica with the Jack Queen, but I don't think he's betting. And I think there's obviously a couple of ace hands that are ahead of us here, but I think we're calling this off. And he just has the Jack Queen. He just has the Jack Queen. Of course he does. Of course, when we have the Jack Queen, we don't get anything like that. I guess we do have backdoor outs with that, but our money's going in on the black hole table. Our money is going in on the black hole table. Bah. Crappy flop for my hand. Better turn. Crappy river. It was nice in the black hole, I guess. Wow. Wow, how the hell does Ace Jack come out ahead on that frickin' board with that action? How the hell does Ace Jack come out ahead on that? I gotta ask you folks. See, I really want to get involved with this one again as well. But I feel like now I have to do stack preservation. And I would have been the one that got there too. I should have done it. I should have done it. Should have done it. I'm too nitty. I'm too nitty. Tell me, chat, should I have put the money in there with the Ace Jack on the button? I feel like that was a missed opportunity. Let's go back and have a look at that one on replay. Alrighty, so we're on the button. We get ace jack. This is right after we just won our ace jack all in as well. So ace jack hearts from the small blind with ace high, which was kind of shocking that we're still in the tournament. So that's one of the other reasons I folded, is that I was kind of just happy to still be in the tournament. Didn't want to end up in a spot where I just went right out after I'd survived there. So anyways, we get this shove by Det Donk, and I'm actually thinking at this point that it's a reshove spot. And I actually spent a fair bit of time thinking about it before I actually made that, before I actually make the fold here. But I mean, it's tough. I don't know at this point. A reshove obviously is one option. Call behind. I just feel like Babink, even without knowing his hand, I just feel like he's involved in this pot quite a lot. To knock two players out with the stack he has without really damaging his stack, even if he loses. So I think he just gets involved a lot. That's the other reason I got out of the way. Turns out I would have won, but I don't necessarily think we can be results oriented on these sorts of situations. I still think it's not a terrible fold. I think it's somewhat of a missed opportunity, but I also think it's not the worst place to get out of the way. So we've just put in a raise from the small blind with King 10. I was expecting to be played back against, but we got out of that one, so that's cool. Nice profit. Go for it in the Calypso. Stick around there, MVE. The Calypso has not been my friend so far. I am, I think, 0 for 3 or 0 for 4 in my attempts on the Calypso. So we are not actually in a money spot here in the black hole quite, but we're not far off of one, and we're not in terrible shape here. So I'm feeling reasonably okay. We are right on the money bubble in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano as well. We are 26 of 40 with 26 players getting paid. We've yet to pick up a bounty in this one. Things were looking super good for us early on today, but it's pretty much all gone to shit since then. So who knows? We'll see. Yeah. That was my thought too. I don't know. I think I got scared that I was actually still alive and I didn't want to give up my chips again there. But yeah, I think it's a missed. I think it's a missed opportunity. If I don't manage to cash in this one, that'll be one that I look back on, I think. Yeah, if I don't cash the black hole, I'll be certainly looking at that hand as one of the reasons why I didn't manage to cash this one today. We'll see how that goes, but we are now 10 away from the money in the black hole, 12 away from the money in the dwarf star bounty. So we got about 25 big blinds in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano, and we are just outside of scoring position now. We are 27th with 26 paying, 36 remaining. And we have 9 to go until the money in the black hole. We are outside of the money spot, but we still have 15 big blinds-ish. Closer to 20. In between 15 and 20, 17 and a half-ish. So we're not in terrible shape there, and we definitely have a chance to double up and or even back into a cash still. I think I shove this if it folds to me. I'd probably fold if there's action in front of me. Wow. Do wish I'd been in that hand, I guess, but what are you going to do? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Glad I wasn't in that hand, I guess. We would have lost all of our chips in that hand, I think, had we played it. So that was very fortuitous for us. It's now 8 to go in both tournaments. We are just outside the money in both. A little farther outside the money in black hole, but 7 to go now there. Alrighty, I think I'm in nit mode at this point. We're going to get rid of the king 10. I think with the way people have been dropping off in this one, I actually have a chance of backing into the money here. So I think we're actually going to engage Super Knit mode, which might make this kind of boring for you guys to watch. But I think it's the best ICM strategy at this point in time. And Super Knit mode means shoving Ace King under the gun. Good luck us. We are hand for hand now in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano with 2 to go to the money, so it's the soft bubble. Lots of people gone out in that one. We are hoping to survive here. Ooh, we get a nice loose call against us, and we double up in the Black Hole Nano. So very good chance we're going to cash that one now. I'm really surprised that we got called by the King 7 there. Like, really surprised that we got called by the King 7 there. But happy. I certainly like the double up. Certainly happy to get the double up. Hand for hand, still engaged on the Dwarf Star Bounty table. 28 players remaining, 26 getting paid. We are currently sitting in 26th position, so we are right on the verge of the money bubble. We are basically right on the money bubble here at the Black Hole Nano as well. With 6 to go, we are 24 with 26 getting paid. That's one I probably should put in a raise with, Ace 9 there. I'm still somewhat in knit mode here because I want to get into the cash on this one. We are now on the hard money bubble in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. 1 to go. I'm 25 of 27 with 26 getting paid. So we are in a reasonably good spot there. Still got 14 big blinds. Actually got closer to 20 big blinds over there, so we're not doing too bad. Still hard money bubble on the Dwarf Star. Probably not playing this hand. Nice one, MVE. You are crushing that one. You like cashing that every single day, man. That's I would definitely make sure you play that like as often as you fucking can, because you're cashing that one all the time, and I guarantee you. Well, I won't guarantee you, but I would put money on the fact that your first nano win is going to be that Omaha Calypso. We're coming up on another break here. Coming up on 4 hours of play as well, so it's been a pretty decent stream, all things considered. Gonna drop you a few more shampoo ads when we come up to the next break. And we're back into some more random ads. So we are still on the money bubble in the Dwarf Star, but we may be bubbling this puppy. That's the preferred outcome, of course, but it's always the risk when you put your chips in the middle that things will go horribly wrong for you. Things seem to have stalled at 32 players remaining in the Black Hole Nano. We need 26 before we're in the money. So we've got a break coming up now. So I'm going to kick you guys off to some more shampoo commercials, and we'll be right back.
Halo, everybody, halo. Halo Shampoo presents the inside story of the Lonesome Mermaid.
What can I do about my hair? It's so dull and stringy looking, the sailors never whistle at me anymore. And for a mermaid, that's serious.
Look, Toots, here's the answer to your problem. Use Halo shampoo. Soaping dulls hair. Halo glorifies it.
Halo means natural beauty. The first time that you use it, you need no special rinsing after you use it. So Halo, everybody, Halo. Halo shampoo, Halo. Halo, everybody, Halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So Halo shampoo, Halo.
Remember, Halo leaves hair fragrant, dandruff-free, and wonderfully easy to manage. Because Halo's not a soap or an oily cream.
So Halo, everybody, Halo. Halo shampoo, Halo.
Hi, I'm Margaret Lindsay. If you'd sort of like someone to whistle at you, let Halo shampoo help you out. Because Halo leaves your hair soft and fragrant, shining with colorful highlights. Glorify your hair with Halo, America's favorite shampoo.
Pamper, pamper, new shampoo. Gentle as a lamb, so right for you.
Gentle as a lamb?
Yes, ma'am. Pamper, pamper, new shampoo.
Hi. I'm washing my hair with Pamper, that new, clear, golden liquid shampoo that's gentle as a lamb. Know what that means to me? Well, most shampoos get your hair clean all right. But Pamper does what no ordinary shampoo could ever do. See how your hair behaves? How easy it is to care for? Believe me, your hair does just what you want it to do, even right after shampooing. Why, Pamper is so gentle you can wash your hair every single day if you want to. Why don't you try it?
And now, for a limited time, you can get two 60-cent bottles of Pamper, $1.20 value, only 89 cents. Try new, richer, thicker Pamper, only 89 cents for two 60-cent bottles of Pamper shampoo.
This is an egg, and I'm Julia Mead. And nothing puts that magic sheen in your hair like an old-fashioned egg shampoo. Except Richard Hudnut Enriched Cream Shampoo, with real eggs powdered into the golden lotion to give all the magic sheen of an old-fashioned shampoo the easy way. See the clean and beautiful sheen on Louise's hair. You'll have it, too, with Richard Hudnut shampoo. And to seal in that sheen, use this perfect shampoo finish, Richard Hudnut Cream Rinse.
Here's Jimmy Rogers, popular young roulette recording star.
Oh, you can always tell a halo girl. You can tell by the shine of her hair. The magic glow of a halo girl goes with her everywhere. One look and you're sure stars are twinkling there. For Halo has magic to glorify hair. Gives that look again, look to your hair. You can always tell a Halo girl.
The magic of Halo shampoo is pure and simple. Halo's modern cleansing ingredient is the mildest possible, the purest possible. Halo glorifies as it cleans.
You can always tell a Halo girl. Oh.
If you knew that one product was twice as good as another, you'd buy that product, wouldn't you? Well, get yourself some new crystal clear White Rain, because it rinses twice as clean as any other leading shampoo, and here's why. It's new, pure, contains no artificial coloring, no thick, hard-to-rinse oils. No wonder it rinses twice as clean as any other leading shampoo. Leaves hair fresh, bright, lively as sea spray. Well, gals, it makes sense, doesn't it, to use the shampoo that rinses twice as clean as any other leading shampoo, and that's new, crystal clear, White Rain. The difference is clear.
Alrighty, we are back. Just in time to get some cards in the air in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano and the Black Hole Nano. We are on the hard money bubble here in the Dwarf Star Bounty. And action is 24 of 32 players remaining in the Black Hole Nano with 26 getting paid. So we are in a money spot, but we're still 6 away from those money spots. We're right on the edge of them here on the Dwarf Star Bounty, though. We are standing on the edge of the precipice, waiting to take a step over that cliff into the money spots. Wow, we just folded out quads there on the Dwarf Star Bounty. We could have taken some booties. Well, we wouldn't take booties on that one, but we could have definitely crippled a couple of stacks there had we played our card. But you know, we're in early position with 8-6 offsuit. Probably not gonna play that very often. It was 8-6 suited, but not offsuit. But still. from under the gun. It's almost always going to be a fold still, I think. And yeah, you might be shorting chips now, but you're just a couple of double ups away from being in the top chip stacks there, buddy. So, that's one of the things about poker is that, yeah, you've obviously got a better chance if you've got more chips. But just because you don't have all the chips doesn't mean you don't have a chance to win the tournament. Still the money bubble in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. We don't have any booties there, but a min cash will barely pay back our buy-in. It is 26 cents today, so it's just slightly better than the buy-in of 25 cents. So we will at least make money in theory if we manage to cash this one. Just got a little bit of work to do there for that, but wow, we just once again folding our being a nit, folding our marginal hands under the gun, and we would have flopped the world. Used to we might get away from Babs here on the Blackwell Nano table with the table move. Not that many people left in though, so we might still end up with them on our table. Nice if they weren't in the big blind when we were on the button though, since they have a habit of playing a lot of hands, calling pretty wide, which isn't terrible obviously for our value, but when we're in a small chip stack situation like this, we don't really want to get involved. We like to have somebody who folds in the big blind a lot when we're in this spot, because then we can just take those chips all the time. So we're down to 4 remaining until the money in this one. This one's got a pretty good, almost a 3x min cash for my one buy-in today, so that'd be a nice one. It wouldn't quite put us in profit for the day, but it wouldn't be too far off either, actually. I think what's our profit? So 395. Yeah, so we're still a ways off. We still have to go fairly deep to make a profit on the day here, but oh, so 9-7 suited. That's actually probably a call in the big blind. But I don't think in this dynamic it is. I think we're just going to give it up. I think we're in somewhat of a stack preservation mode. So I think calling to see a flop speculatively there is always a bad idea with our current chip stack. We can put in raises there sometimes. And that actually might have worked there. That might have actually been the best play there, but I think the lowest variance play there is always going to be just losing your hand. Alrighty, we are in the money now, so we are going to try to double up our chip stacks for somebody looking for bounties. We are also shoving, so we get through there. We also shoved in the black hole from the button with ace queen for 15 big blinds. So we get a nice double up there in the dwarf star bounty, and we've just put in a raise under the gun with ace queen there. We are going to put in a raise this time with our ace queen on the black hole. Got ace queens everywhere. We took it down on the dwarf star as well, so we are sitting 15 of 25 there now. I think we're going to c-bet this. It's not the greatest flop in the world for us to c-bet, but I also think if he hasn't hit anything, he's going to get rid of his hand a lot of the time. So I think we probably check back here. If he checks to us, and we reassess on the river. The way he's playing, it's a lot of hands with an 8 in them, I think. And those 8 hands just got there. I think, I'm not sure there's many other bluffs that come on the flop. So I think our ace queen is behind here a lot, probably. It's kind of unfortunate that we lost a bunch of chips in this hand with the way it went. I don't think we played it terribly, but I don't think we can make the call there. I think we might have gotten a bet through on the turn. Because if he is playing like an ace-8 or an 8x hand there that he's calling with the straight draw on the flop, then he probably folds that out on the turn, I think. Yeah. Hard to say. So we are hand for hand now in the two away from the money now. We are right on the money bubble, so we're still doing okay there. No need to really panic. It's one of the reasons we got out of the way from that bet is because if we'd called it and been wrong, it would have been. I mean, we're actually winning there with ace high sometimes. I don't think we're winning there a ton with ace high, but we are winning sometimes with ace high there. But I just think in that spot when we call and we're wrong, we're in a really rough spot to cash this tournament. So. Yeah, still not so bad. I mean, you got to be happy. Anytime you cash a tournament, you got to be happy. That's what I always say. And I have now cashed the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano for sure, and it looks like we're going to cash the Black Hole Nano as well today, which is nice. We'll see what we can run from there. So still soft bubble time in the Black Hole Nano. Looks like there are some pretty small stacks in the game still. Right now our small stacks are 2,000 and 11,000 chips. So yeah, there's some small stacks. We're pretty comfortably in a 25th, 26th position stack-wise at the moment, so we're going to be shutting down pretty much, I think, to guarantee ourselves a min cash in this one, and then we'll open up again once that happens. Picked up a pair of kings in the Dwarf Star bounty, so we'll be getting involved there for sure. We hold on the Dwarf Star bounty for a nice big pot. We have now, we just lost a few chips in the black hole, but we're still going to be sitting in a caching spot, 26 of 28 probably there. So we're still okay, and there's still going to be a pretty small stacks there. Yeah, so there's one to go. He's got 11,000 chips left, Johnny, so he needs to double before anything else happens. And we've got significantly more chips, so we can last longer than he can. So we just have to sort of see what happens with him and then make our decisions from there. We are very close to money in the black hole. We are on the hard money bubble now, and we are the bubble spot. No, we are the min cash spot. I apologize, we're not the bubble spot. Johnny Cash is the bubble spot. Mr. Cash still only has 11,000 chips, so still about the same situation it was on the last hand. So we are 6 of 21 in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. Already in the money, of course. Guaranteed 26 cents already. Bringing a bit of a bluff, blind on blind here. Going to try one more bet. I guess maybe she just has the ace. Although with her, I'm not sure. No, the king. Okay. I probably would have called off the bet from her with my jack high there. Or I would have thought about it for a long time against her. Alrighty, so we are now officially in the money of the black hole nano. I was considering calling with my 7-9 suited, but I decided against it. So we have cashed for 146 at least in the black hole nano. After a really rocky roller coaster ride in this one. We were up and we were down, we were up and we were down. We were chip leader for a while. We were like down in last place for a while. It was a pretty emotionally draining ride in this black hole, I have to say. But we made it. We made it into the money spots. Let's see how much farther we can climb now. We still got chips. We don't have a ton of chips, so we got to do something here real quick. But let's see what we can find. Let's see what we can find here. I got a chip. I got a chair. We got a chance. Yeah, absolutely. No, the nanos are amazing value here on Unibet MV. Yeah, and it's great. I mean, he's not only did you got to remember actually it's twofold that you got to thank Ian for that, because not only did he advise you to play them, they also exist because of him, as far as I'm aware. He was the one that suggested that Unibet start putting in tournaments at that price range. So they exist because of him, as far as I know. We're calling off with our jacks here, 1,000% of the time. I was just talking beforehand. Wow. And of course, we are just crushed in our hand when we call off with jacks there. So we min cash the black hole, but you know that's the way it goes. I'm okay with a 146 min cash on the black hole. We're still fighting for money in the Door Star Bounty. Somehow we've managed to get into the money, into the top 20, we're 7 of 20, and we have no bounties in this tournament. But it's kind of the way we play, so it's not that surprising with us. Let's put 146 into our black hole results. 1.46 gives us a little bit of money on the day. So we're not cutting a profit by any stretch of the imagination yet. We got to go pretty deep here in the Dwarf Star to cut a profit, or start taking some booties here real quick to cut a profit. But you know, we're not in terrible shape for a profit. We're still in the running for a profit today, anyways. And if we win this thing for 505, that'll definitely put us in a profit. It would also be our second Dwarf Star Bounty Nano trophy. So it would certainly be nice to put a second trophy on the shelf. Well, thank you, MVE. I appreciate that. Seems like we got a bit of a drop-off in the viewership. I don't know if people are just busy tonight, probably, but that's cool. I mean, it's going to happen. Maybe I'm just boring tonight. Who knows? It's been a fun day of poker. It's been really up and down though. It's been really been a lot of crappy beats and but then there's also been some nice holds and some nice couple times where we got there, and yeah. So I mean, it's been Like a real roller coaster. I'm okay with 146 in the black hole. I mean, it looked like we were going to bust out long before the cash at one point in that, so I'm pretty happy to actually make it through to the cash there. It's all relative. Sometimes you're unhappy with the min cash. Sometimes the min cash is like, man, this is great. I should have been out like hours ago. So, you know, in that case, min cash in the black hole, I'm happy with that. I am happy with that. Would have flopped pretty good on this hand too. We were in it, which of course we are not because we're nets. Queen can actually be good here some of the time on this board. She could be limping with a pretty wide range of hands under the gun, I think, given what I've seen from her play. But I also think we're behind hands a fair bit there as well. So, I mean, I think she has an ace a reasonable chunk of the time, for one. She probably doesn't have pairs a ton. Not a lot of pairs that you're limping under the gun usually. But there might be a few in some situations. But I also think that she's got suited connector hands and hands like 10 jack and you know those sorts of things. But some of those hands also have kings in them, so you know it's probably it's a flop that she can bluff pretty easily because she can have a piece of it and she could be the best hand there quite a bit. So we leveled up by a penny. We're guaranteed 27 cents instead of 26 cents now. So woohoo! These level ups in these some of these nanos are quite funny actually. But Ace-4 into the gun at a 5-handed table actually is probably an open now that I'm thinking about it. I mean, I'm really the hijack spot here under the gun, so... And I think that in these short-handed tables, you should play it more like the hijack than like under the gun, I think, right? Did flop a gut shot, backdoor clubs. Still got a gut shot. No clubs, though. And that is not the card we were looking for. I think it's worth trying to bluff this pot, though, given the action. So we are 9 of 19 currently now. The payout is pretty flat down at this level. Let's take a quick look at our payouts now. So 27 for the next spot, then we're up to 28 for 3 spots. Then we've got 30 for 4 spots. Then starting at 11, we've got 33 for 11th and 10th. And then we get into the top 9 where it goes to 42 cents, then 57 cents, 77. At 6th place, we finally make €1 with 1.05. Then 143, 194, 263, 361 for second, and 505 up top for the winner. I'm going to put in a raise with my ace-jack under the gun here. Under the gun / hijack. Don't think he needs to have a queen here. He obviously could have a queen. Doesn't need to have a queen. He's telling a pretty convincing story that he at least has us in a spot where we have to hit at least one of our cards on the river to win the pot. So I think we're probably out of the way. Sort of a weird line he takes with the donk bet there on the flop, but I guess my move there, if I don't believe him, is to actually raise on the flop, not to just call behind and let him bet again. If I think he's not betting value there, then yeah, I should probably. Yeah, so that didn't go as well as it could have, potentially, but... Alrighty, so we're down to 18 players remaining in this. 3 tables of 6. So we're getting moved to a new table. We're getting shuffled to a new table. Put out a bet here with our top pair of back row diamonds. I think we're going to keep betting this for value. And I think we call. He's got a 4, he's just got a 4. He's got an overpair, he's just got an overpair. See a flop with this, I think. We could put in a raise with this as well. But I don't feel like shoving it at this point. A check to the raiser, but we're definitely in a check call, at least, if not a check raise situation here. Now we're definitely betting this turn, since it got checked around. The question now, do we call or do we raise? I think this is where we call and we let him try to bluff into us again on the river. And I'm just calling this off. If he's got a 10, he's got a 10. We take a nice booty. 25 cents. That pays our buy-in. So everything else is gravy now. It was our first booty of the day, for the record. Inching a little closer to the profit zone. $66,999 chips. I like that number. I wish I could just keep that number. That's a great number. 66,999. Unfortunately, that will change as soon as we get into another hand. We have leveled up once again to 28 cents now. Not that these are really level ups at all. It's kind of depressing that we're 7th in this tournament, but yet we're on a table where we are the small stack. That seems unfair. It seems like there should be at least one other player with a smaller stack than us on this table. But apparently no. Apparently not. Apparently we get all the fucking big stacks on our table. Get rid of the 5 deuce there, I think. We are now 6 of 16. 6-player tables here, so we've got a ways to go before we're talking final table time, but we're getting there. Top 9 is when we start to make reasonable money back for this buy-in. But it's top 6 where we actually start getting above a €1 payout. So we still got quite a ways to go. And in fact, our current stack does not put us in a position to win €1 right now. If we just paid out based on where people were sitting, we would be just under €1. Somehow I have 66,999 chips again. That's interesting. I like it though. It's a nice number. I was kind of astonished that I ended up there twice though. I mean, I guess given that it's the same, tends to be the same size blinds and antes and raises in these pots. I suppose it's not completely out of, but it's, and we haven't really played anything either, so nothing, but you would have thought we would, yeah, it's weird that we somehow still managed to end up with exactly the same chip stack. However, I think those days are gone because we've now moved into a different blind level, which means all of that will get mixed up and we will be back into randomized chip counts again. Yeah, I really feel like if I have a top 6, top 7 chip stack, I should not be on a table where nobody has fewer chips than me. That just seems wrong. A lot of players in this tournament with fewer chips than me, and why isn't one of them on this table at least? It's a really big call. It's a really big raise, 4x raise, but two overs, backdoor straights. Wow, dude just calls off with king high there. Crazy. Cray cray, man. Fucking cray cray. I saw that right. Right? He just called, yeah, he just snaps it off with king high. And sweet bugger all else as far as I can tell. We got some cray cray happening here, folks. We got some cray cray. What the hell? What the hell? We got paid 111 and it got met. What the hell? Is Unibet having some issues or something? Because that was weird. That was very weird. Let's put our 111 into our but that was pretty weird. Was that not weird, folks? Was that not like really weird? That was like really, really, really weird, wasn't it? Why did they just close that table? Let me have a quick look at the that's very, very weird. Yeah, the says Dwarf Star Bounty Nano manually canceled. You have been paid 111. Yeah, that was really kind of strange. Well, I guess our stream is done for the day because I'm not even going to think about registering another tournament in here. I don't think there doesn't look like there's anything coming up either. So maybe, yeah, it looks to me, based on looking at the lobby, it looks to me like they've had some sort of they've either had a software bug that they have to fix or they need to reset the server for some reason because of the new software. Because there's nothing scheduled again now for 3 hours. 2 hours at least. So weird. Yeah, very weird. Alrighty, well, I guess we're going to call it a day. I'm going to have a quick look at who else is streaming, though, and see if we can't send the host off to somebody or the raid off to somebody. What do we got going here? What do we got going? What do we got going? Who's running today? Hey, that's a darn good run for you there, Ant-Man. Don't even have to play a hand, and you win cash. Hensey's playing, so why don't we throw the raid over to Hensey? I'm gonna throw the raid over to Hensey, and I'm gonna call it a. Oh, maybe Hensey's not playing. It looks like he's playing. Let's see here. Yeah, he's playing. Let's throw the raid over to Hensey Pansy, and so we're gonna send the raid over here relatively quick, I think, and you guys are going to miss some of what I was saying, but it doesn't really need to happen. So enjoy Hensey Pensy. We're going to head over and do the raid. For more vintage poker content from Mothership Poker, click the subscribe button and check out the playlists for all of our old archived content, as well as the ads only cut from some of the early streams.